joining the Blackhearts mercenary group, though as you arrived, the city seemed to be in some sort of disarray. There were public executions, hangings, and everywhere you looked, there were posters everywhere that says, "Burn the witches. Burn the Empire." Everything was strange, and as you made your way down to the foundry, as directed by the guards, you found that the Blackhearts were leaving. News of their sort of disbanding and disgrace sort of hitting your ears a little too late, as this was just fresh, everything that happened. There were rumors of cultists, disappearances, murders, kidnappings, and any heinous thing you can think of sort of hit your ears at that moment. But it was their new commander who sort of spoke to you all, said that he could use strong arms and strong minds such as yourself to help sort of rebuild, and that they were on their way to the middle of the Empire, into Dastau, the capital city, and there they hoped to sort of pick up the pieces of what was left and try to rebuild. And so you guys followed him all through the spring months, traveling west in through the rainy seasons into the city of Dastau. There you found that the keep inside the city was turned over again to the local government to be reassigned to another company and or affiliate of the government. And you guys were sent down into the Copper Village District and decided to make your base in the Cross Candles Inn. Upon moving around the cities, you guys picked up and sniffed out what seemed to have been a plague hitting one of the districts, the poorer districts of the city called the Lower Hearts. Upon being asked to help by a citizen outside, sort of flagging you all down, you decided to seek approval, got approval, and went inside to investigate. While investigating, you guys unearthed a plot. God, this is taking too long. I think I'm going to ad-lib everything I wrote down. You guys unearthed a plot to kill off the people within the Lower Hearts District and to use their bodies as raised undead to dig tunnels underneath as they were searching for a tomb. This plot led you to one of the noble houses called House Dellinger. Upon unraveling everything and following the clues, you guys were invited by a dwarf ally whom you've helped on the side of the streets where nobody else would, Goldrick Proudbuckle, to a party, the Dellinger household. There, amidst your own investigations, you spoke with Lady Alana Dellinger, spoke to her of the plot, the evidence found, the locket that Jareth found through the door that issued him in, saying, "We welcome you, young prince." Upon moving upstairs, you guys entered a room, investigated, and found that it belonged to Theodore Dellinger, the lord of the house, who was, in fact, in league with what seemed to be demons and a mysterious figure that kept popping up over and over again in letters and spoken word as the Mistress. This is also the same time that Balthazar himself got involved with someone known as the Mistress upon finding a mysterious ring, a ring which he provided to the lady that sought him out. And now Balthazar seems almost entranced and in love with this woman whom he swears his life to. Finding out this plot, you guys spoke to the Grand Theagonist of the Grand Solarium, the Church of Illumination in Dastau, Tyro Ansar. Upon speaking, you guys decided to find out who this cult was that was seemingly turning the cogs behind this strange plan that seemingly at this point only seemed to almost want to cause just mayhem in the city. Toril informed everybody that they were called the Cult of the Crimson Daughter. The Crimson Daughter, something that he was very lands where he is from. Though he always thought it was just folklore and stories, he never truly believed such a thing existed until this point. Knowing that she was a goddess of lust and desires, you guys went out and, well, began investigating almost all the brothels in the city. Until you
Best chart. Yep.
Until you guys found a couple that seemed to share some names, roses, the color red. Upon investigating, some of these have been already closed down. Going inside, you found strange siphon runes under the bed that seemed to gather the lust and desires of those being used inside the rooms, funneling it somewhere into the building. You guys investigated the buildings and found that each one had peculiar sub-basements.
Hey, Mark, real quick.
Yes.
I'm just curious. Does this mean that Toro has actually contributed essence to this ritual?
You don't know because you guys never investigated like the floors or the beds at the Red Corset.
Okay.
Which was the one that you guys were in. But you guys found these at the abandoned, boarded up brothels. Some closed down by the cities and others were just sort of left as vacant properties no longer being used. Each sub-basement had almost identical patterned sub-temples built in with holding cells, operation tables. Some, however, had alchemical tables along the sides for different sort of experiments, and each one bearing an altar and a statue of a large, scantily clad woman bearing a crown of golden wheat that Toril identified as the Crimson Daughter. One of the statues you guys actually had to fight as it animated, and was very curious about the heroes that kept getting in its path. The second temple, you guys fought two extremely powerful, what seemed to be ghouls. Not the mindless kind that you read about that attack villages in the dead of night, but two very militaristic, sharp-minded ghouls. Each with powers of their own seemingly bestowed by this deity. And the third temple, which you guys found almost by invitation, was at another brothel, this one on the Street of Flowers in the wealthier side of town called the Desert Rose. It was here you saw what one of these brothels looked like when it was fully operational, and you almost lost yourselves inside. Kind of the temptations until you were sort of invited down, and sort of the horror to everybody else in there as throats were slashed, ushering you guys down in as the rest of the patrons sort of died before your eyes. Going downstairs, you fought two greater patchwork abomination undeads, just things that should not be existing, that were seemingly made with dark magic. Finding another temple structured down below and tied up to one of the statues seemingly being offered as sacrifice was Alana Dellinger. Upon saving her, destroying the dead within, you went outside and found that the city itself was under siege and under war as legions of dead zombies, skeletons, anything you can think of were outside in the streets causing mayhem. And you guys fought your way through. Jareth found some of the local guards, gave them Alana to look after, and had her dispatched immediately to the church. And you guys went about your business, saving the city from the undead hordes within. Worried about the lower hearts now, and knowing that that was the epicenter of the plague and the amount of undead in there, you immediately began to run towards it, in fear that the orphanage would be under siege and in trouble. And as you hit the last square before the Copperkeep Village District came into view, you guys found a large white, purplish blue flames flying off of his body, surrounded by other well-armored knights, and a fight was had. Toril, who was under siege due to his radiant magics and overall celestial being the greater threat they found, was under siege and almost brought low almost immediately, until from the other side of the square a roar was heard and more fighters joined the fray. Those of you could see from the other side that the rest of your company had met you in this square, and a large battle, deadly battle, was had where multiple people went down but were seemingly brought back up. The commander himself nearly lost his life multiple times in that fight. And when that was done, you guys fought your way into the lower hearts, fought your way to the orphanage, saw that Rose had armed each and every one of the kids and had trained them before in the use of arrows, and with the help of their hide gates, they were able to keep out the undead hordes. And after a long, long, long day of investigating, fighting, everything seemed back to normal. You guys went up to the Grand Solarium again and saw that the Grand Theagonist himself was almost on his deathbed, seemingly fighting a monster that was too much for him and needed the aid of the other soldiers and warriors in the upper district, but survived. There he gave news that he was able to procure a keep for the Blackhearts, east of the village, or east of the town of Eastrook, in the northeast of Dastow. He is a firm believer that the nation and just the greater empire itself has need of the Blackhearts, and other than the commander, is probably your most stoutest champion. Taking this news of requisition, you guys walked back to the Tavern Inn, took a long rest, and we are going to pick up here inside the city at the Cross Candles Inn. Each of you all have woken up. Actually, now it is 2 days after the fact, so it should be the 29th. You guys are waking up on the 29th of Kareth in the spring month. What would you guys like to do?
Talandris would have gotten up early and practiced his sword skills out back before everyone got up. So as everyone is getting up, he is still out there kind of practicing.
Okay. You guys wake up, it's the normal thing. There's breakfast waiting for you. You see your other companions. The other 10 members of the Blackhearts of the commander there, all of them seemingly exhausted and tired. The city itself has been moving non-stop, but at a very grim, dour pace. There are buildings that need to be rebuilt, bodies that need to be reburied and burned.
Do we have any indication what might have been commanding the undead armies that it's also defeated, or like along in the battle, did we feel like we eradicated the ringleader there?
It seemed like there was an outside force that was sort of egging this on and sort of bringing it about. You had a very long conversation with the woman below, inside the Desert Rose. The sort of told you this was just but a taste of things to come before she escaped through the portal underneath. You found out that they were really after that amulet so they could sort of bring about this powerful form of undead that was Era Van Dellinger. The innate elven magic inside that sort of elongated his life also helped in their necrotic purposes, sort of empowering his undead form to a sort of white that hasn't been seen before.
Okay. So it would be my intention to try and discover the identity of the woman that we spoke to. and what other plans she may have. So I would kind of bring that up over breakfast and see if anybody else has gleaned anything out of the conversations beyond the desire for the amulet.
As you bring this up, Toro, I do recall talking with a few of those women, and one of them said some choice words that I did wish to investigate. That drow woman. She knew more than she let on. Possibly more leading to things I was questioning about as well. If everyone is willing, I think we should check that brothel out and see if anything was left.
My somewhat pointed half-elven ears perk up at the word brothel, and I would be happy to investigate further if necessary, and or question the workers vigorously if needed.
That brothel is a brothel of death. There's no one there but corpses or blood.
You guys did return after the fact the following day. Because you guys did sleep at the orphanage again, you woke up and kind of walked about the city and found yourself back because you guys wanted to go back and investigate. It was completely empty except for the bodies that sort of still lay inside. Some killed again, arrows and swords stuck into their bodies as you guys fought your way out of the brothel onto the streets. So you guys did return to that place. You guys did look around and really found nothing useful other than crates of armor and weapons seemingly taken from people that they killed and kind of used for their experiments underneath in the temple as sacrifices. So you guys did go back, but it was much like everything else. The women that were there picked up and left. And Talandris would remember that the woman he spoke to upstairs, the madam of the house, was the same woman that bid you all follow to the temple below.
While we're there, just checking it out one more time, I will cast detect magic, and at least as long as the spell is going, to see if anything stands out.
Okay. We'll just say that you guys do decide to go back, look around. All the bodies have been taken out. There are still many corpse fires burning out on the street, as there's just way too many dead to deal with. And since those bodies have already been sacrilege, the only humane thing left to do for them is to burn their bodies so they can't be used again. You go inside. Jareth calls on his divine magic, calls upon his lady to help him see that which cannot be seen, and he begins to scan inside. Walking around the top, going to the second floor. Nothing's really magical until you get down into that basement area and you see the faint bits of magic aura surrounding the altar itself. And you kind of get those strange flashbacks. The vision of Alana tied up by her arms over the fire as her legs are sort of withering, like burning plastic bottles scrunching in on themselves. And you kind of have to just kind of turn your head away and squeeze your fist in anger.
Can I inspect the altar, or see if anything is left on it? Shatters of the amulet or anything like that?
The amulet wasn't there. The amulet was on the body of Aravan Dellinger.
Oh, okay.
It appears there is still not much here. They were pretty thorough. Maybe we should just prepare to make way for the keep that we will soon be established at.
And you guys remembered pretty clearly when you were investigating the other brothels, it seemed like they left almost everything. though the cupboards and everything were empty, there were no barrels or kegs of alcohol, bottles of wine. It seemed like once everything inside was used up and their purpose was fulfilled, they just kind of picked up and left. All the tables and chairs kind of there where they were laying. All the drawers and all the rooms still full of silk dresses and the fineries that they would wear. Like, they didn't even take the clothes that they were wearing on a regular basis while working there. It just seemed like once they were done with the location, they left and either went somewhere else or left the city.
Toral. Maybe. Well, no, that was a different brothel. Disregard that.
So I'm disregarding it.
You guys begin to move back, kind of walking across the city again towards the cross candles, back into Copperkeep Village. There's still traces of building fires. They're still sort of smoldering. No sign of rain for the past couple days, so it's just whatever could be used to put it out.
Now, we weren't staying at the orphanage, right?
You guys slept at the orphanage after the initial battle, and then you guys left, went to the cross candles, met up with everyone else, and then you guys went and wanted to visit the church again, and that's when you found Tyro in his kind of messed up state. And after that, that was when you guys got the news of the fort, and everything that needs to be kind of like checked out, and how everything's kind of supplies are being requisitioned. The commander's planning on trying to recruit while he's here in the city. And then you guys went back to the cross candles and just kind of relaxed and just tried your best to rest. And this is the following day. Then you guys wanted to go back, see what you can find at the brothel, but it was still kind of the same thing.
So then I guess I would ask the group if we should go check on the orphanage and see how they fared after the battle, and if everything is in order there.
Yes, I think we should check on the orphans, make sure everything is fine.
They did seem to be holding their own in the battle, as they were trained to use some weaponry, but I am curious to make sure the kids came out okay. So I would recommend we go to the orphanage and see. And then I would turn to Balthazar and say, is it possible that your mistress is somehow involved in all of this or knows something about all of this? Could you find out?
Balthazar has had his nose buried in a spell book he's been studying, but at his calling of his name and of course the mention of his mistress, his ears perk up, and as he raises his head to look at Toril, and he goes, yes, the mistress indeed. She would reach out to me if and when she feels necessary. It is not my job to call upon her.
So there is no way that you could possibly request an audience with her?
Sadly, no. Otherwise, I'd be requesting an audience nearly every second of the day.
Of course you would.
I'll be there right now.
And you guys clearly remember Balthazar almost vanishing on you guys for nearly an entire day, and showing up seemingly just in the nick of time in the basement of the Desert Rose. He looked somewhat bedraggled and beat up a little bit and dirty. He was sweating and panting like he had to run there, and just didn't want to speak about it.
Mark, and also the when I'm going to be referring to reviewing this spell book, it's that Tomb of Resonant Light. That's got the various Evoker spells in it.
Yep.
That's kind of what I'm going to be reviewing in my downtime.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, winding your way through the Copperkeep village, you guys reach the gate of the Lower Hearts. The gates sort of stand open. You see there are guards there, but sort of looking upon you guys, they kind of recognize you, as you guys have been in and out here quite some time, though previously illegally, as you guys were sneaking out through some of the smuggler tunnels that were shown to you by Rose. You guys are let in. You guys wind your way through the streets, cutting through the old market, and you see that the Lower Hearts were definitely hit the hardest. There are a lot of buildings that collapse, though these buildings were on the verge of collapse for a very long time. Just tenements piled on top of tenements in very unsafe ways. Just fire hazards waiting to happen. And just one domino of one falling, you can see just set off a whole bunch of others. The fires here burn the most when it comes to bodies, as all of the hidden crypts and covered up cemeteries that were here sort of rose up out of the ground when the magic was brought onto the city, and the undead kind of swarmed. Making your way down towards the southern wall, you guys find the Sunward Road Orphanage. Here again in this small square, there's still piles of bodies yet to be burned, and some that are burning, and only a handful of people really trying to help do the work. The gate to the orphanage is open. There's nobody playing outside. You guys walk up to the door, knock. It takes a couple minutes, but sort of plump elderly woman kind of opens the door, and you recognize her before, the one that cooks most of the meals in this place. I said, "Oh, we weren't expecting you to come back. Please come in. Is there anything we can get you?"
No, that's quite alright. We just wish to make sure everyone was doing fine amidst the chaos that ensued.
Everyone's doing fine.
We came to ask, as a matter of fact, if there was anything that we could do for you.
I mean, if you want to help them folks out in the square with the bodies, that would be most appreciated. Everything inside here is A-okay. None of the children, thankfully, were hurt, thanks to the walls and the fences. If you were looking for Lady Rowan, I'm afraid she stepped out earlier this morning. But we're good. I don't know how much more we could have lasted if you all didn't show up when you did.
Well, if any of the children need spiritual counseling, I would be happy to provide that for them.
And you do see some of the children, like, in the hallway, like, peeking out of doors, like, around corners and looking, and some of them are waving. Come in, please. Make yourselves comfortable.
Talon just gives her a nod and will come in. Did the whole group go to meet the children and everything, or was it just a few of us?
He was.
Oh, that's right. I remember, and they were really heavy for him.
Yes, he actually had to have work. So tearing yourselves away. Rose still did not return. You guys make your way back up. Steps outside, kind of back against the wall. He's sort of playing cards. And he kind of looks up as you guys kind of darken the doorway from the light outside, and he sort of begins to quickly wave you guys in.
Morning, Captain. Hopefully we're not interrupted.
Or did you have to quickly? I hope everything's fine. All the business you needed was taken care of.
We were just checking up on a few things, making sure everything was all right.
You didn't happen to see Rose, did you?
Unfortunately, she was off somewhere else, but we would have put a good word in for you if we did.
He's a good man, Callus. He's a good man. But we are still waiting on the supplies. And I was hoping to be able to send out a investigative force first before the main body arrives. I still want to see if I can pull in a couple more bodies. And as terrible as it is to say, there's really no better time to recruit than now. Lots of people will be looking for a purpose after what just happened, and I'm hoping we can provide that. And
We'll
he's
certainly
gonna pull-
do that.
So let me show you where you all are going. And he kind of pulls out a map and he sets it on the table. To the northeast, just to the southeast of the village of Eastbrook, up in the Deepwood, there's an old abandoned fort. Much as the Grand Theater has told you, it has been abandoned and derelict for quite some time, though there have been many times the people have tried to claim and reoccupy it. For some reason, it's never lasted so long, which is a conundrum. Even more so in the fact that the Count of Eastbrook has declared it off limits and does not even wish to farm within a couple miles of it. There have been some rumors and reports of people that get too close that disappear. We're not sure why. I'm hoping I can send in my best men and gal, and he sort of winks at you, Oriana. as Balthazar is just counting his pocket change.
As long as I have a chance to resupply before we leave town, I would be happy to run this errand for you.
Much as I hate to say it, but it would be good to get out of these walls for a few days.
It would.
It does smell a bit like burning flesh here. It would be nice to breathe some fresh air.
Yeah, we've been surrounded by plague and death for a while now.
But before we go, might we go back to the inn so I could leave a message?
You don't think your mistress knows where you're at?
The commander sort of looks at you, Balthazar, and notice that you've been kind of like half in and half out and listening, and kind of puts his hand to your forehead. And like, do you feel all right? You're standing in the inn. Is he okay? He sort of looks at all of you.
He's been a bit distracted.
It's the maths that he's trying to process.
I was counting my coins, looking at my book, following you guys all around the city.
It's his little legs.
Somebody put him in a chair before he falls over. He is quite old. But back to the business at hand. I'm sure you can leave a message for whoever you wish to leave a message for, Balthazar. That shouldn't be a problem. But I'm hoping to send you all out tomorrow, one of the wagons, a couple of the horses, and some supplies, which would give you today to be able to refresh on any personal items you need before the journey. Do note that the Wolf Hall is on your way up, and they should be able to resupply you with anything else you need as well. But as for the greater company goods, it's sort of hard to come by at the moment. We're still waiting on everything. And, well, with everything that happened in the city the past couple days, they're getting a little stingy with the requisition.
Well, sir, you do have someone within the company, as well as myself, who are good at forging items, which will help with the company's expenses if we just repair and fix. What if we see if we can convince one of the weapons or armor merchants to come along with, and then we could set something up at the fort?
That's something that I can take care of along the way. I definitely don't want to bring anybody that's not a fighter with you.
Yeah, Talandris, why don't we go check, and secure the fort before we bring any civilians?
That was my intentions. This is just for after we've secured the place.
Well, why don't we talk about this after we secure the place?
Why delay when we can mention it now before setting off, Dwarf?
Because it might not even be possible to gain this ground, Delandris. I'm glad that you're confident in your abilities and that of your friends, but if it's too dangerous to bring people to this place that has not been able to be dwelt in for nearly 100 years, I don't want to bring anybody, which is why I'm trusting only your group with this task.
It might be difficult to persuade civilians to go to a place that hasn't been inhabitable for 100 years as well. But I believe that Pelor will provide and deliver, and this place will see the light of the sun after we're through.
You just do what you need to do, boss. We'll go do our job.
Do any of you have the ability to...
I do need to refresh only my my healer's kit.
What was that? Sorry.
Do any of you have the ability to send messages along long distances, by chance?
I look at Balthazar.
Balthazar, hold on. Balthazar looks up from his book, irritated.
I nudge him.
He keeps getting annoyed. at the interruptions while he's studying.
Can I take his book away?
Yeah,
no.
you can try to snatch it away.
No, Master Jareth. I do not have the spell to do such things. And then he goes back to focusing on his book.
Oh, what would you like me to do to steal Balthazar's book?
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check as you try to rip it away. And this is versus Balthazar's passive perception, I believe, with probably a negative modifier since he's so engrossed in reading and he's not paying attention to the surroundings.
So, okay, hold on. Passive perception, is that what you said?
Yeah, so what's your passive perception minus 5?
It's 5.
And he reaches out, you reach out, and this sort of unnatural sixth sense just kind of pricks in your brain, Balthazar, like, is somebody trying to mess with my knowledge? And you just sort of instinctively twitch the book away as Callus sort of tries to pluck it out of your hand.
I quickly cast Mage Hand just to kind of shoo him away.
I will wave the mage hand away and ignore Balthazar because he's not important right now.
This man. He's just sort of like...
I look at him and go, this is the Slayer of demons and everything, by the way.
I pick my head up and I look at the commander. Do you not know I killed the demon?
That's what I heard. I believe that's what you told me yesterday after the round of drinks. Well done.
Goes back into the book.
Well,
Gals, he kind of sighs and he's like, we'll head out tomorrow to the fort. We'll report in before we leave tomorrow.
It's a 12-day ride in the wagon at a good pace. We'll give you extra wheels to take as well as supplies for the horses and supplies for yourselves. Try not to push them too much.
You talking about the horses or these guys?
Both.
I'll keep that in mind, sir.
Is there anything you will need from me before you leave?
well, I was just about to mention to everyone, how is everyone's potion stash doing?
Yeah, I could grab a few more.
I have but one left, and one greater as well.
I don't think I have any potions.
I don't have any potions if we're keeping a tally here.
But I think
I
we
have
can-
one potion of healing.
I think we can get those in the marketplace, can't we?
What's there might be too expensive to buy, seeming everything that's just happened. Let me check and see what we have, and you hear him sort of call out, sort of the back, Martin, and you know that he's calling for the cleric. And Martin kind of comes down the stairs a little bit, kind of wiping his hands off in a cloth. And he's like, can you see if we have any spare potions from the stock left? And he sort of shakes his head, goes into the back. After a couple minutes, he sort of comes back with almost like a milk crate looking jug with dividers, and inside there are 6 out of 12 slots filled with regular healing potions. It's the last that we have for now that we were able to get before everything seemingly went awry. Will this do?
Definitely, thank you.
We'll make it work.
Indeed.
He
Are we
sort
gonna
of-
split
He
those
sort of
up?
talks to Martin. He's like, mark these off in the inventory. We'll have to add this on to any dues that need to be paid. And they're just sort of thinking kind of to themselves, and then he sort of turns around. Anything you do find within that fort, please requisition for the company. We're eventually going to have to start running this thing like an actual company here soon. But for now, we just seem to be flying by the seat of our pants, but it's nothing that we exactly can't help at the moment.
Would he
Well,
have
can then.
would he have access to Mason's tools?
You can probably find some in the city. Um,
I figure since no one's been to the fort in a long time, perhaps I could bring some Mason's tool and I'll inspect it for integrity.
they currently don't have any mason's tools on their persons. Here, it's not a part of the supply list that they've managed to get for now. They do have healer's kits, things like that, things that a mercenary company would need at the moment.
Yeah, I'll just
So I basically need 1.5 healer's kits, but I don't know how much I would.
Martin would tell you that he can resupply you with a healer's kit, a fully stocked one.
Excellent. Thank you.
Balthazar picks his head up from the book and looks over at Martin and says, "Perchance, do you have a polished glass lens and maybe a copper rod about, I don't know, 1 inch in diameter, 10 inches long?"
I can check our inventory, but it doesn't seem like something that we would have. It seems more like items you'd have to procure at a tinker's shop.
Tinker's? Is there a tinker's shop close by? Is that the foundries?
I would assume so. I mean, I'm sure that a smithy could work up a copper rod for you, though a polished glass lens, that's something differently entirely. Maybe a glass blower's shop. They might be able to help you.
We will need to find these two places.
Okay, so Balthazar wants to find a smithy for a copper rod and a glassblower shop for a polished glass lens. Callus wants to find stonemason's tools. Toril got his healer's kit. Is there anything else that you guys think of that you would need before you left?
Solanges would probably go with Balthasar just to make sure he has some smith tools, but it's not something that's needed for the actual mission.
Yeah, I'll go with Balthasar too to make sure he doesn't fall over out of exhaustion or make sure he can find the store he's looking for.
Ah, perfect.
And I may look for some, maybe a couple more pints of oil, since I will make sure I don't run out of oil for my lantern.
Okay. It's easy enough for you guys to take the rest of the day to do things about yourselves. For the items that you're buying, Callus, it's easy enough for you to get stonemason's tools at a supply store. You grab everything you need. I believe it's 8 gold for the mason's kit.
Yeah, I can afford that.
Okay.
How much Balthazar,
Balthazar, you said you need a copper rod. How big?
Yeah, 1x10 and a polished glass lens. So whatever you think the valuation, and I'll just take it off my sheet.
Okay, so we'll say that it's like 2 pounds of copper. How much does a pound of copper cost? Let's see. Oh, Mason's tools are 5 gold, not 8. Looks like here on the sheet.
Inflation.
Okay, we'll say that your polished glass lens, to get it to the specifics that you want it, it's going to cost you 1 gold piece. And your copper rod. We'll say that's a 1-inch by 10-inch copper rod. How much would that weigh? Like 2 pounds? More than that?
I was leaning pound, but I could put 2 pounds if needed.
Okay, we'll just go with a pound.
Copper doesn't weigh that much.
Yeah, it's a five silver pieces.
Okay, perfect. And then Mark, just out of game, I would need a total of 7 hours. I've got the gold to copy these spells and learn them into my own spell book. Is that something I can accomplish in today before we go to rest before tomorrow's journey?
No, not with you walking around the city buying supplies.
Right. I'm wondering
Then
how
sitting
much
down.
time I would have available to maybe get 1 or 2 of them in.
You have 2 hours every long rest, and you also have an entire wagon trip. He told you it was about a 12-day ride to go northeast, so you have plenty of time in that meantime to copy down those spells if you want.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing in my downtime. And then I'll just start, building spell cards for them in the meantime.
So you're going to spend the day shopping for inks and parchment so that you can copy these spells into your spell book?
Let's see. I think I have some of that stuff.
Well, that's what the gold, the cost is for spells, is buying like special ink and good paper and stuff.
Yeah. Essentially, that's what my downtime right now is going to be going to these stores and getting these supplies to do all that.
Okay, Oriana, it's easy enough for you to sort of send out a letter. And then you do walk up into the merchant's quarter, and you go to the Eternal Blossom, and you do see that, well, some of the buildings around it were kind of ravaged. Theirs seem to be kind of untouched. They seem to be handing out what seem to be hot drinks to people on the outside that are kind of working, giving them treats. She sees you as you walk up, and she smiles quite brightly. Well, it's good to see that you survived.
Oh, thank God. What a relief. I was worried. I wasn't sure what the damage was going to be. It's great to see you're okay, too. I am very happy.
We managed to avoid the worst of it. Everyone else, not so much. Come inside. She sort of brings you in, and then the smells again sort of overtake you. The sort of roasting nuts and the caramelized sugars and the cinnamons and the different spices that they use in all of their treats. And they seemingly are open for business today as they kind of go on. And occasionally some people pop in and buy some stuff, but it wasn't as busy as you remember being before. So,
What was the damage like in the merchant's part of the city? I obviously wasn't going to be as bad as the lower hearts, but
it's definitely not as bad. There was more like small fires that started around some buildings. And for the most part now, it's just kind of picking up broken glass from windows. And some people's flowers got tromped on. But you know that the merchant's quarter on the north side of the city is closer to where all the military stations and guard posts are kind of centered out of. So they were the first ones that were able to kind of rush out and get protected, while the south side of the entire city was sort of under siege from everything that was rising up from the lower hearts.
okay. In which case, yeah, I'll spend a number of hours just hanging out, helping out around the store, I guess. Telling her the events that transpired, and take some desserts with me for the road.
Blacksmithing tools to Londres are 20 gold.
Oh, okay. Let me.
20 gold and 8 pounds.
All
And
right.
the mason's tools were 8 pounds, and then 5 gold.
Oh, I should also pick up some alchemy supplies. That's another thing I'll do since I'm in the merchant's district.
Okay, so you pick up some some extra treats. And you grab some alchemist supplies. The alchemist supplies will set you back 50 gold pieces.
Oh shit! All right.
And it's 8 pounds. If you also have an extra 25 to spend, they do have sort of a book that'll start you on your way.
I do have an extra 25 to spend. I will do that.
Okay, studying that book over the course of, like, I think it's 2 days, so we'll just say over the course of 24 hours to study it vehemently. So an hour here, an hour there will earn you your proficiency in that. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll study it. I guess spend about an hour before a long rest, or a small amount of time at least. Studying
okay,
over that. And then I'll leave. Oh god, I'll leave a few silver at the Eternal Blossom as well for the treats that I pick up.
she just hugs you extremely tight, and just kind of, as you guys kind of separate, she just kind of holds you kind of at arm's length by the shoulders and just sort of looks at you deep in the eyes and just kind of smiles. And then gives you a little basket full of baklavas and other treats and just kind of sends you on your way out the door.
All right, I'll a little tearful, nod and wave and head off, and meet everybody else back at the end once my shopping is done.
Okay? I think everybody's shopping should be close to completion. You guys begin packing up your things in your rooms.
Oh, well, was that a couple more pints of oil?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oil is.
Once Balthazar got done, I just dragged him over to the place where I can get oil real quick.
So you want to buy a couple flasks?
Just so I have enough, so I have 4 instead of 2.
Okay, so a flask of oil is just a silver piece that you can find at any general store.
Okay.
It's just a clay flask with a wooden stopper. Each flask holds up to 1 pound of oil.
Oh, okay. I don't need that much. I just am looking for oil pints.
So, I mean, you can get like 2 flasks, then you got 2 pounds of oil.
No, I just want pints. There's a way I can break it down to just a couple pints.
Just stick with the flask.
Okay, I got 1 flask of oil.
Just buy one flask. Because I think 1 flask of oil, if you put it in a lantern, burns for an hour. I can't remember if that's...
No, it says a pint of oil lasts for 6 hours. I was looking it up to make sure.
Okay.
How many pints is enough last then? I'll break it out later. Thank you. You said it's a copper piece? Or a silver piece?
Oh, so 1 fluid pint of water weighs about 1 pound. So 1 pint is 1 flask, according to this. A pint's a pound, the world around.
Oh, okay. So I just got 1 then, so I'll have 3. I'll get 2 of those then. How much is 2?
Just 2 silver pieces. They're a silver piece each.
Done and done.
Okay. You guys go back, pack your stuff. Those of you that want to take advantage of the Cross Candles baths, do so, knowing that.
Now, Mark, while I was out, would I have time to just? I was going to basically just ask people about the fort we were going to, if there were rumors about.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a well, you're asking people, so give me an investigation. The thing you seem to be running into a lot is just a lot of shell-shocked people at the moment, at least this further down. You kind of walk up and you do speak to a couple guards, and they do tell you that they're familiar with it and heard of it. And they do speak about disappearances. That seems to be the main rumor you pick up over and over again. That
I just figured that everyone's too busy to talk.
But everything that you do pick up is kind of what the commander kind of told you. There just seems to be a pervasive sort of perception of the place, that people just mysteriously disappear around it.
And I also kind of wanted to go to the church because it's an empty fort, and I instantly think ghosts.
Okay. Which, just any church that you can find around the area?
Well, we
Because I
did
know that Toril did tell you about there's a church to Lathander in the lower part of town. Not as big as the Grand Solarium, but he went there and spoke with the priest that ran it and was quite happy with the place.
Yeah, I can go there.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna tell them like, hey, there's that fort. We're gonna go secure it, and if there like, is there any like rituals or something that would like consecrate it against evil spirits? Not that I'm superstitious or anything.
There's a spell. One of the acolytes. I know that some of the older priests and clerics can do to hallow the grounds and reconsecrate it. There are certain priests with the powers of exorcism that are able to drive out ghosts and demons, things like that. There are superstitions of purified salt being able to keep spirits away, but I think that's just stories. We do know that holy water is quite effective against the undead.
I'm effective against the undead.
This voice in the back of your head, Callus, of Toril.
Is Toril just like standing in the doorway?
I'm still here.
I'm kind of like, what am I? Am I just a cross? You
nothing to you?
Hey, Kels is a bit wary of ghosts and evil spirits because apparently he's haunted.
Most clerics and most paladins are sort of trained to fight against the supernatural. I'm just an acolyte, but anybody else that you can speak to might be able to give you a little bit more knowledge. But with everything going on in the city right now, most of the elder clerics are out amongst the people, tending to the wounded and giving blessings to the newly dead.
Yeah, I do find this funny. He went to a church and he has like a paladin and a cleric in the group.
Well, apparently they don't. They're off doing their own thing. Kels has his own question.
Everybody's spiritual journey is personal. I respect it.
He says, wait, if you wait but a moment, and then he sort of goes into the back and he brings out 2 clay bottles, each one branded with a sun and what seems to be a squiggly road going towards the sun, symbol of Lathander, and he gives you 2 bottles. This is some holy water. I hope this eases your mind with this task of a fort. Sun's blessings to you, and he kind of bows.
I will bow back to him, and then I will donate 5 silver pieces to his church.
And he sort of gives you the sign of the hammer and kind of sends you on your way out. So just put on your sheet you have 2 flasks of holy water to throw and or pour, depending on what you want to do.
All right, now I'll head back to the tavern.
Anybody else? I haven't had to speak this much in a while. With Group A, it's been all battles.
I don't know. You did a pretty good final chapter there, where there was a little bit of speed or a lot of I don't know what you call it, prose. You were talking for a while, wrapping up your chapter. It was great. It was a good ending. I really liked it.
My mouth is getting dry. Okay. Okay.
I feel ready for adventure. After what we've had 2 days of rest since the battle.
Yes.
Yeah, then I'm feeling ready to stretch my legs.
He already has cabin fever.
I do. I'm a far traveler. I come from a long way. I like to be on the move.
I just can't wait to be out of the city walls. I'm used to being in a farmland or in like training areas outside of the city.
Okay. So, you guys are packed. You enjoy a hearty dinner, roasted fowl, potatoes, and vegetables, and just overall, just the accompaniment of the people around you, and this kind of brotherhood and sisterhood that you guys have been kind of forming. Venena spends as much time with you as she can, Oriana, lamenting the fact that once again she'll be the only woman in the company for quite some time. You guys are seemingly heading on your way. And there's just an overall merriment, but for the most part, everybody kind of keeps the drinking to a minimum, knowing that they have to wake up super early. And then one by one, you guys make your way up to your rooms.
Do I still get glares from her?
It's kind of odd. She just still doesn't like you for whatever reason. And you know that it's nothing that you did, because you haven't had much interaction with her at all. Plus, it's something that you haven't asked her about, and maybe it's just not the best of times to ask her about such a thing. But, when you say your goodbyes to everyone and, good night, and she's still kind of there, and she does sort of like huff a little bit and just kind of look away. And you just don't know what it is.
I swear, I get more harsh looks from her than I do from the dwarves.
Yeah, it's vehement. There is a piercing glare that kind of hits you, kind of in your soul, and you just don't know what it is about this woman. But she gets on with almost everybody. You guys.
Before Talandris actually heads to bed, because it's kind of irking him. Well, no, never mind. Because with the stuff that's going on, he will wait until they get back.
You guys rest fitfully. Some of you, it's just the excitement of starting a new chapter outside of this city. Others, like Callus, the thought of ghosts and the unnaturalness of them, especially in dwarven religion, kind of has you tossing and turning a little bit with worry. It's not something you're looking forward to, but something that you know you need to conquer. Balthazar, you have an amazing dream. You sleep very well.
Thank you.
Almost to the point to where you sort of wake up Jareth a couple times. And he sort of has to throw his pillow at you to kind of be quiet. But still unperturbed, you dream on. And
real quick, I want to actually, before get up early before everybody gets up. If possible.
Okay. Yeah, you wake up before the sun even rises.
I want to say farewell to Lana and just check in on her real quick, and again pledge myself to her when she ever needs me before we leave until where we're going.
Okay. Easy enough. You walk up to the church.
Let's go there at dawn, basically, before.
Yeah, it's deathly quiet. Nobody's moving around by the time you do get there. I mean, she still is asleep. There's nobody sitting at the desk down the hallway there in the halls of rest. You kind of knock and she kind of stirs. She sees you and she kind of smiles through tired eyes as she sees you walk in.
I just kneel down and basically tell her that we're heading out soon. As I once promised, I will always be there for you if you need me.
And as I promised, I will be here for you and your companions should you ever need me.
I rest and heal. And when we come back, I'll check on you again.
And she kind of puts her petite little hands on the side of your face and just kind of caresses your cheek and just gives you a warm smile.
Does she still look like she's haggard a little bit, or does she look like she's at least healed up as much as possible?
She's getting some more color in her cheeks the past couple days, though you do see that where legs should be under the blankets, they're just really very small, emaciated things underneath. Not the legs of a healthy person.
Just I don't know if it's going to have any effect, but just for a symbolic nature, I'm going to call upon the lady and send 5 hit points of my lay on hands for the day into her.
You see that she actually sort of wakes up a little bit more and her eyes kind of brighten. And she gives you a kiss on your forehead.
I blush a little bit and give my leave.
Until we meet next time, champion.
It will be very soon, I promise.
And she kind of lays back down a little bit and just kind of stares out the window. And you can see as you look out too, the pinks and the purples sort of coming into view as dawn is starting to come over the horizon. And you make your way down. The rest of you wake up. There is a hearty breakfast of porridge filled with bits and pieces of salt pork and eggs and potatoes and what seems to be like a wheat mush, and it's very filling. The rest of the company was up. They're packing the wagon for you guys, getting everything ready and sort of chit-chatting with you all as you're getting ready to leave. Breakfast is sort of complete, and you guys begin to move outside as Jareth is returning down the street. You see him walking in his full gear coming down from the north side of town. A bowl of porridge is handed to you, Jareth, by Thimmen. And you sort of eat while everybody else gets everything packed and ready to go. There's plenty of room inside for everybody to sit, but not very comfortably. It seems they're only able to spare you guys one wagon, which is half full of the provisions you guys will need for your journey, and then the 2 draft horses. So 4 people can kind of scrunch in the back, unless some of you guys want to walk next to the wagon at a slower pace for a bit to kind of do something besides sit, while 2 people can sit
I'll
in
walk.
front while 1 person drives.
Well, real quick, before we get to the wagon, I just want to leave a message with the innkeeper that if anybody comes looking for me, to not fret, I will return soon. And then I'm going to play the old man card when that question arises about where to sit, and just kind of hold the lower part of my back and go, not really feeling too good. This old body needs to maybe sit in the wagon.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I can make your back feel better if you need some help there, Balthazar, to make more room in the wagon.
Oh, it looks like Sir Jareth has already accepted the opportunity to get some fresh air outside.
Which one of us can actually ride horses or steer them well?
I'm proficient in land vehicles.
That's it.
Yeah, Callus tells you that he used to drive wagons all the time when he was still back in Osen.
I'm pretty proficient in riding camels, but horses are quite a different beast. Where I come from, camels are much more common.
They're literally a different beast.
I said quite literally, didn't I? Or did I say figuratively? I'm not sure about the dialect here. Maybe you misunderstood or I misspoke. But either way, you catch my meaning. Do you not?
Yes, we got it.
Excellent! Excellent! I'm learning the language better every day.
And you see the commander just sitting there kind of watching as you guys are speaking to each other, just hands on his hips and kind of shaking his head. And you know deep down he's thinking, like, is it okay for me to send these ones?
My best, man.
Yeah.
Now I know why he's
I've been
recruiting.
quiet.
Well then, to help give you guys some leg room, I'll walk with Jareth. At least for the start of the trek.
I, however, do feel like stretching my legs as well, so I will walk with Jareth. As a matter of fact, Jareth, how tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Okay, so I'm a little bit shorter than you, but I am going to try to take extra long strides to see if you can keep up with me.
Well, you forget my legs. I'm not going to quite walk that fast, but I will walk at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, Jareth has that limp, right?
Yeah,
Actually, that's right. I just remember. Thank you for pointing that out, David. I just remembered, and now I'm being an insensitive jerk. Also, I do have a 35 movement speed because I'm half wood elf. So I can definitely walk faster than the taller guy because you're just a cripple. But you know, if you need help, I will let you lean on my shoulder. If you get sore along the road.
To show us how much help I need, I pick him up.
I am pretty light and thin, but I am quick.
And I put you back down again. I'm fine, but thank you.
Personally, like in real life, I think I'm a giant because my character is 5'10", and I would love to be 5'10", but that's not a height that I can ever aspire to be. So, not even with like 6-inch heels. So therefore, I'm super tall at 5'10".
So your company mates sort of salute and wave as your wagon begins to trundle down the cobbled street, Copperkeep heading north towards the river. You guys begin to turn east, following the map, and you turn your gaze towards the Dawn Gate. The bustle of the city still muted. The stench of death and burning meat still kind of hover in the atmosphere, and there's like an almost eternal haze that's hanging over the city right now, as everyone seems to be praying for some sort of breeze or wind to sort of blow away the sorrows. You look at the faces of the people that you do pass, merchants, commoners, soldiers, and you see a defiance in their eyes. These sort of hot pricks of light that burn as they go about their day. They see the banner waving along the side of the wagon. They stop and they wave, some smile, while others just kind of stand straight backed, nodding their approval with very grim expressions set on their faces. You notice that these are a hardened people, and they are extremely grateful.
I'll give them like about a little nod of my head as I pass.
I will as
Yeah,
well.
it's definitely not something you can walk around with it strapped to your back. It's like a 6 to 7 foot tall banner. It's a war banner. It's not like a car flag.
Oh, which banner were you picking again? I forget.
Never mind. I will put it
We took the banner of blood. No, Telandris, I think you should just kind of turn it into a cloak, and it can just be like billowing behind you.
Yeah, it's definitely something big. So if you ever seen like a movie and you see somebody carrying a banner into a medieval war, that thing's sticking up like quite a bit over their head with the flag sort of waving at it. So it's something that's meant to be seen and something that's meant to inspire those that see it.
Who's
that makes
in
sense
the
with the reason why it didn't make sense for Telandris to be holding it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll say that you guys have it stowed properly and nicely inside the wagon, out of the way, and sort of folded up nicely and kept out of danger of being trundled on.
Who's in the wagon with me?
Probably Oriana, who I believe is studying a Alchemist for Dummies book.
Yeah, that's
And,
actually what I put it in my inventory as. Alchemist for Dummies.
Callus is driving. So it seems to be just you three in the wagon, while the other three are kind of walking alongside through the city. You know that once you hit the open road, it's going to be a lot harder to walk. Besides, the pace is probably going to pick up. But through the city, it makes sense.
I ask Oriana, I just quietly, because I'm studying in my book as well. I look up from kind of going through my new spells and trying to think and craft the magic within my head. And I ask, Oriana, perchance, do you do any carving?
Carving?
Yeah,
wood carving?
do you have an artistic side about you, or is that something you've never done?
It's something I've never done before. No, I'm usually studying, fiddling with puzzles. Alchemy's a new interest.
Okay. I might have to see if there's an artist amongst the group, but I'll ask around, and then go back into my book.
Are you talking about the runic components for your copper rod?
Yeah, I was gonna try to figure out if one of our members, is an artist or likes to carve, draw.
Yeah, so you'll have to find somebody that's either proficient with tinker's tools and or jewel crafter's tools. Okay?
Yep, thank you.
And as you guys continue, though the sight of the city kind of working together to pick up the pieces does lift your spirits a bit. Again, just the destruction of homes and kind of the recovery of even more bodies among those that sort of collapsed, being picked out of the rubble, is very sobering. And you guys just set your jaw with determination and kind of look forward. Passing through the Dawn Gate on the east side of the city brings sort of sensation of weights being lifted from your shoulders. The oppressive atmosphere of the city kind of clears before you as the fresh breeze of cool air just starts blowing off of the river and kissing your skin lightly. The sense and the feelings of being trapped within the high walls kind of dissipate. And while thankfully the sounds of wailing and crying aren't present out here. And the countryside just opens up. And you begin to travel east down the King's Road. The sun shines down from the sky, which is vibrant blue, the sort of smoggy haze. Actually, Brad, I'm not sure. Did Shane want to listen in on the game, or is he listening on the game right now?
Shane is listening. We're in the same room. We're just on one Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
Because otherwise, I think we would create an echo. So if he needs to talk, he'll just come through my Discord.
Okay, cool. Where was I? Oh, so the sun shines down very bright. The sky is a vibrant blue. There's sort of small picturesque clouds kind of moving lazily along, and it just seems like the perfect late spring, early summer day as you just leave the haze of everything behind you behind. And you sort of, those of you take the time to kind of look back as you walk, can see the sort of almost grim miasma that seems to be hanging over the city, of just the constant fires burning and just the thickness of the smoke just kind of dotting everything out, but above it all sort of shining brightly. You see the church, and even higher above that still, the glowing giant amber gemstone that sits upon the top of the Palace of the Sun, kind of sprinkling dazzling light, trying to break through the clouds of smoke underneath. The further east you go now, you start to find that there are merchants, salesmen, farmers, commoners, all using the roadway, some camped alongside. I'm not sure if they want to continue west, as sort of news has reached them, and they've sort of made these makeshift camps along the way. You guys find one, pull over after a long day's sort of riding, getting out every now and then to kind of stretch and ease the kind of saddle sores you're getting from sitting on the benches inside on the rocky roads in the wagon. I mean, it's not comfortable. It's not a stagecoach. It's a supply wagon being pulled by two very burly and, from what you found out, quite surly draft horses that sort of need your guiding hand every now and then, Callus, but for the most part they're doing a pretty good job keeping the pace you want to go. You guys go to sleep, wake up the next morning early before everyone else around these makeshift camps kind of get up, reattach the horses to the wagon, load everything up that you need, and begin to set off. After about 3 hard days riding on a good solid pace, you guys turn off the King's Road and you begin to ride north towards Wolf Hall. You look and you see the cliffs and bluffs and the rocky hills of the Eldamores, which are these mountains here. And in the distance you see growing along the cliffside the Wolf Hall. You will reach it after about 2 days. Do you guys go inside the city, or do you wish to bypass it and continue northward?
I'm tired of cities. I'd rather bypass if we can.
Okay.
What do you guys
I'd
feel?
say we bypass it unless Balthazar wants to go and find a jeweler or a tinkerer.
No, that's not necessary at this time. We can bypass it and continue on.
Since it took us 2 days to get here, is that correct?
Yeah, so far you guys have been on the road, setting a good pace. It's taken you guys about 5 days to get here.
So just out of curiosity, I ran out of rations 2 days ago because I only brought 3 days of rations on this trip. So are we being fed, or am I using my rations?
There are rations that were supplied as part of the wagons. So just imagine that the rations you need for the trip and then the rations you need when you're up at the fort.
I think we got like 3 months worth of food here.
Yeah, you guys got, I mean, they're not anything to write home about. They are soldiers' rations. You're talking about hardtack crackers, jerky, dried fruits, things like that. Things that, you'll grow quite sick of after a while, but they serve a purpose, and that purpose is to make sure you do not starve.
Hey, as long as they're not little clear squishy berries or beads in a jar, I'm totally fine with this.
What's wrong with the tapioca pearls?
The tapioca beads.
I made sure to toss the fish juice out before.
Oh man. Okay, so you guys bypass the city and just decide for the night to camp along the outside. The city of Wolf Hall is one of the larger dukedoms in allegiance to Dastow. And you see, here, let me move you to a picture so you can see. Those of you familiar with Cairist know that Cairist in the far east is sort of built along the mountain, and Wolf Hall kind of takes on the same sort of note. You look at the lower city surrounded by high walls, the gates bearing statues of what look to be large sculpted direwolves standing on guard at each side, while pennants of red, black, with a great big direwolf image on a lope is sort of hanging from the tenements, and the city stretches up along the Eldamores up to the point to where the main castle keep is, high above the rest of the flow. Oh, that's the wrong song. What are you doing to me here? There we go. Camping along outside the city, waking up, and you guys just begin to take your journey. You notice that even though it is the early summer, the further you kind of go north, just things considerably get a little bit chillier, as like it's taking a little bit for the heat to sort of make its way up towards where you guys are. But again, it's an early summer, like early June here in Washington, where it can still dip down every now and then into the low 50s before jumping back up into the proper temperatures. You pass more traders, more farmers and villagers kind of making their way down as you guys continue to trundle up through the road. After another sort of 5 days of hard travel through the kind of windy routes through the hills along the mountains, you guys reach the point in the map where you're told to turn off. And you guys begin to take the even less traveled road that leads you towards Fort Drakwold. Oh, and Toril, you're on cloud 9. The first few nights of the journey were made even more special as Oriana begins to share with you treats indigenous to the Southlands of Huron. You're eating these sort of cakes filled with pistachios and all the different dried dates and syrups that we kind of made into them. And I assume you just devour them all.
Oh yes, I love foreign food. And especially with how much flavor, sweet you add to your food. Most of the food where I come from tastes like sand.
No, this is these are desserts that are regional to where you come from.
Oh, okay. Then yes, I'm feeling like I'm. It's making me a little homesick. Then I misunderstood. I thought Oriana was making foods from up here.
She bought some goodies for the journey.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
In studying and learning these spells and applying the components that I bought, just out of game, could I do something without it costing like a spell slot right away? I mean, are you fine with that?
Well, I mean, you have 12 days of travel where you can go ahead and use some spell slots because you're going to long rest anyways, kind of.
Yeah. I just had a feeling if I would have done something, silly, and then you would have been like, "Oh, roll for initiative." But then again, you're not Chris, so.
Yeah, no worries. Like, what did you want to do?
So, Oriana and I are sitting in the wagon and going over our books and doing stuff, and I just look up and I go, Oriana, check this out. And I hold up this little copper rod in my hand, and I whisper some magical words to it, and a purple beam of light radiates from the top of the copper rod that I'm holding into sort of a long sword, like mini lightsaber, if you will.
That is really cool, and can you teach me how to do that?
Well, it takes years of practice, Oriana, and then I cancel it, and then I go back into my book and start studying some more.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to move you guys maps. We're going to roll initiative.
I was waiting for it. I said, David, you set Mark up on that one. I knew that was coming. I'm rolling initiative right now. Yep, I'm good. And David, it took you 7 spell slots to practice that spell, so
so it's all gone. It's all gone. Sorry, man. Everything's in fire. And the more you guys stop at these small makeshift camps of travelers kind of parking off and kind of getting together in groups for the night, like safety in numbers, and you kind of asked why, and they tell you that the Wolf Hall is aptly named, being this close to the Eldamors. There are packs of dire wolves and wolves that sort of prowl around to the point to where most people have to travel in their own sort of packs to kind of keep them at bay and to sort of discourage them from attacking. And the further north you get, the closer you guys get to Deepwood Vale. Those of you that have been in Brahmana a long time know that stories abound of the monsters that live in there, the beastmen that move in herds, shapeshifters, and just other dark things that kind of accompany the ever thick woods to the north.
Knowing that, Mark, each night, when we start to set camp, I would like to cast alarm on the group just to make sure we have something floating out there in case something encroaches us.
Oh yeah, and then the people that you guys share camp with, like the other travelers, see what you're doing, and you explain to them, and they're extremely thankful. They provide you guys with warm food, alcohol, things like that, if you guys so need it during the night. They're definitely happy to see well-armed, strong individuals sort of traveling the road. Although you don't really share your business with them, you guys sort of do ask, like, have you guys heard anything about what happens out at Fort Drakewald? And it grows more numerous that you go up. Like, the people that live up here have like a seemingly better understanding. They speak of shadowy figures that sort of move through the tall grasses out there. And they speak of people vanishing. And that seems to be a constant, that when people get too close and hang about and poke around, they tend not to come back. It's gotten to the point to where Count Yarwick in Eastrook here has sort of declared Drakewald an off-limits city, or an off-limits place, to the point to where there's a radius around it that he will not allow his farmers to go. And he even sends out patrols out into the fields to make sure that the workers around are safe. So there's some sort of validity to the fact that there is something happening up in this place, but you're not quite sure. And you begin to take the overgrown path
I was going to say, Mark, during that camp with the other people, since Talon just comes from the islands, he would probably, just so he knows just as much, ask about the beastmen that they mentioned up in those woods.
And they tell you a pretty fantastic tale of what these things are, and they speak of herds of them coming out and attacking. They say that the first time the fort fell, it was due to a giant army, or what they referred to as a war herd, that came from the Deepwood Vale and sort of overran the fort. And ever since that time, it just hasn't been the same there. There just seems to be a darkness that hangs about the place. But they tell you stories of human-animal hybrids, not like canthropes, like werewolves, but large, burly creatures of human flesh and fur, with the heads of giant bulls, the legs of goats, the heads of rams, just carnivorous, unnatural things that crave war and blood, that when they get the right numbers and seemingly someone who can control their herd, they march out to war and just kind of destroy everything in their sight. And it brings a lot of memories to you, because you're familiar with the fact that up here you have the greenskins that come down from the mountains in their giant was, and their armies just sort of flow through the land, which is why most of the mercenary companies, and especially the Blackhearts, when they were at their full power, were sort of used to patrol the mountains and aid the dwarves in keeping the green tides at bay when they would pop up. Which is one of the main reasons that drew you up here, knowing that you can find work killing a pretty heinous elven enemy and the orcs and goblins up in the mountains, things like that, which to you, going through what you went through, seemed like a pretty good escape to kind of lose yourself in battle for a while, and then everything took a huge left turn on you.
Given that we know that this fort was overrun by these creatures from the forest, is it safe to assume that that's what we would face? If, like, is that why the fort's been uninhabitable for so long, that these things have taken up residence there?
I mean, you talk to these people, and they're like, there's no doubt that you're probably going to run into them. It's just kind of thing. It's like they're just, they'll see you and they'll charge after you, and they're talking to you the way like farmers would talk to you about, like, like I saw a chupacabra and he was killing my chickens, kind of things. And they're just kind of giving you like all this stuff, and they're talking about something that happened about 100 years ago.
Right.
This
So
place
I'm-
was overrun. It was managed, and from what the commander in Tyro told you about the history, that it has been retaken a couple times, but either the people that retake it run away with some sort of madness or just disappear. Some tell you that, there's probably like bandits that have made it their home and they just want to make sure nobody comes there and they just disappear. It has to be the Beastmen. It's like, oh no, it's haunted. Fucking ghosts everywhere. Like
the fire snake that comes down the mountain when the mist comes. Yeah, yes, I got you.
Yes. It's the fire worm. The fire worm is coming.
Yes, the fire worm.
There's some in the fire.
I'm gonna nod my head because I have heard folklore and tales like this before, stories of devils in the night and things that go bump. But I will nod my head very interestedly, listening to all these people tell stories of their folklore. While internally, I think that they're probably exaggerated quite a bit. And yeah, that's me. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And so you guys break off now off the main road. And it's almost more of a trail now, as the grass has sort of covered up any of the old cobbles and dirt that once marked this place as a once usable road that would lead up here. And the pace sort of slows down a bit. Callus, you're a little bit more cautious here through the tall grass, not being able to see if there are any heavy potholes that you can dip into and break a wagon wheel. So you slow down a bit and kind of make your way through.
I'll ask the people who are walking if they can walk in front and point out any potholes that they come across.
Talandris and Toril and Jarrah sort of get out again. Balthazar looks up from his book and like, oh, my back, and then he kind of goes back to reading. And Oriana is just kind of hanging out in the wagon too. And you guys do go slow, pointing out potholes for him to avoid, and you sort of slowly steer around, kind of wending your way through this area. And just it's sort of strange. The closer you get out here, it just seems to be, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a humidity and a thickness to the air. You haven't felt like a breeze in quite some time. And you guys
Feels
just
stale.
keep going. It does, and the grass does move as if on its own volition, but you sort of hold out your hands and you kind of wipe a little bit of the sweat from your foreheads as you keep moving through and moving away grass. Darkness is beginning to set in. You guys go on.
I make a suggestion that perhaps if we are, within less than a day of the fort, perhaps we leave the wagon here and scout out on foot, not taking the wagon with us, so that we can be quieter and stealthier and make sure that we're not alerting anything to our presence.
I approach in the fort at night.
Remember, I cannot see quite well at night.
Well, we have the moon and the stars to guide us, and
It is moonlight tonight.
is there moonlight tonight?
Yeah, what phase of the moon is this?
Let's see. According to
I would like a complete, accurate mapping of the stars and constellations.
Well, we know the moon phases because it's on Mark's map. I don't know about the constellations, though. You might be asking for a little bit much there, buddy.
I know you all are pretty set on doing this at nights and leaving the cards, but I am not sure that course is wise. I think
Who said we're leave? Who said? I heard no, no, and no.
okay, so it's the 10th of Ashish. The map is updated. The 10th of Ashish. You guys are looking at a crescent moon, and you can barely see the black moon of Golgrith, being faintly illuminated in the night sky like an even smaller crescent that seems to be closer to where you guys are at the moment. Well, it's a three-quarter moon. Sorry, it's a three-quarter moon. So there's quite a bit of light shining out for you guys.
The only thing I'm worried about is leaving the card unguarded.
Well, it's guarded by the other people that are with us, right? Or are we just traveling, us 5, 6?
Oh, Ariana's
Ariana's traveling. Yeah, if
Okay.
we all it'd be unguarded.
Well, then we could hide it in one of these tall areas of grass. Or you know what? You're right. You're right, Talandris. I can take your advice take your advice to heart that perhaps we don't want to leave our cart unguarded as it has all of our food. I will scout ahead alone. I don't need any of the rest of you slowing me down or causing me to make too much noise. You just stay here, and I'll go figure out what's up there.
I do have another suggestion. We can go along with you and know our cart is safe. We could have Balthazar here use his little alert thing around the cart, and we'll know if anyone crosses paths with it. We'll know to come back.
That too is a good idea, Jareth. Would that suffice, Talandris, to know that the cart is under attack or being robbed, and however long it takes us to get back to it is how much stuff we'll estimate is going to be missing when we get back?
An alarm spell would be a good thing, but maybe we should have the cards closer to us.
How far is it traveling from Eastrook to the fort?
From Eastrook to the fort, if you probably not going to be able to cut across the fields, so you would have to follow the trail back down to the main road and then take the road into Eastrook. It's probably 5 days from Eastrook to the fort, unless you had like riding horses that can cut through the field.
Then
But the
what
fields
if
aren't for wagons.
what if we compromise a bit on the two ideas? Where I come from, compromise has everybody win a little and lose a little, but makes people happier. If we bring the cart with us up until either the edge of cover or line of sight to the fort, and then leave the cart there and proceed the rest of the way on foot, perhaps that would be a fair compromise?
That's actually something I wanted to ask. Is this hilly, or is this just flat? We can see the fort from where we're at.
It's hilly.
Okay, so yeah, based on the terrain, my tactic here is to bring the cart out of eyesight from anyone in the fort, but still within like running distance from the fort if we had to retreat from it.
Yeah, that was
So,
my plan from the beginning.
Well, you should have spoke up, soft-spoken one.
I like that plan. Let's do that.
Still use the alert though.
Yeah, I can still cast
Yes.
ritual for a mile.
We can still alarm the cart, so that if it is messed with, we can leave the fort and run back to the cart. But I want to just make sure that the cart is not within line of sight of the fort.
No, I agree. That's a good idea.
Okay.
I don't want to alert. And actually, at this point, Mark, I would still insist that I move ahead of the group, since I am faster, and my god will alert me of any dangers. Pelor will let me know.
Okay, no problem. And with a plan seemingly in place, we're going to take a 5-minute potty break.
Oh, good. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Excellent.
Figure it's a good time, 10 o'clock, so we'll go halfway through. So we'll be back here in like 5 minutes.
I'll be back in 6. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Ooh, thank heavens.
Hey, Mark, you back yet?
Yes.
Over that period of time, would you say that was sufficient for me to have learned those 4 spells so that I could have them prepared?
How long did you need?
I only needed a total of 7 hours.
Yeah, you had 10 and a half days so far on the road.
Yeah, and
It's been
I
10.5 days.
It's been 10 and a half days.
I took the gold requirements off the character sheet as well.
You guys left the morning of the 30th of Kareth, and now it is the, well, I guess 11 days. It is the 10th of Ashish.
I probably would have spent about a couple hours each day going over that alchemy book as well.
Yes, go ahead and you can add proficiency.
Cool beans. That's very exciting.
In addition, Mark, I didn't really state it because if I did have additional time to learn the spells, I'm a cartographer, so I was thinking of using some of that downtime to sketch out the map and the terrain from the journey to kind of make a map.
Yeah, no problem at all. You make a map equivalent almost to the one that you see in your handout of the Kingdom of Destau.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity check using your cartographer's tools proficiency.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I've never utilized the tools proficiency like that. So on the query, there's a question mark,
So if you click on the question mark, there should be a drop-down box, and then you just click Dexterity,
Okay.
and then it'll roll the cartographer's tool with the dexterity.
Oh my goodness.
I have a question, Mark. If you have a domain spell, does it mean y'all always have that prepared in addition to your usual prepared stuff,
The
or
domain spell is always prepared, and it doesn't count against your spells to
against the 5 I get to prepare?
Yep. So you get you technically you can prepare 5, but you'll always have 7 prepared. Well,
Okay,
at least
all my
while
first
you still
level
have that
spells
first
are
level.
prepared then. Okay, thanks.
I rolled it with advantage just for fun.
So it's a very bumpy ride. You're trying to go, but you're more sort of caught up in this new place that you're traveling in. And then as you're sort of drawing absentmindedly, you hit a bump, and then pen skips a little bit, and you're like, oh man, all right, I got to try to start over. And then you're trying to draw that short part from memory. And after a while, you just get kind of tired of it and just sort of enjoy the area around you. Oriana, you should have both of those handouts in your...
Oh, does it say in the handout? I haven't had a chance to fully read through these yet, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, in the handouts, there's one of them tells you like different uses you can use for your alchemist supplies while adventuring, and then there is a section of recipes that you know that you could make during short rests, long rests, and extended downtime. They all cost gold. But you need to requisition alchemist supplies and stock up on those, or you can forage for things out in the wild that you can use for alchemist supplies. It all depends on supplies gold value.
Okay. And then the alchemy kit is just the basic tool set that you would use for
Yep.
anything. Okay, cool.
And that tells you in there what you have, different tools. So like, oh, there's a situation where you may need to use, like, oh, I got a pair of tongs. I can reach down and pick that up with my tongs from my alchemist kit kind of thing. So
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll have to give these like a full read through. This is very in depth. I'm digging this. I also like how it affects my Arcana and Investigation too. Like, oh, since you're proficient in that, you get bonus things. That's pretty cool.
and that one, the adventuring one, that comes directly from Xanathar's, and then the other one's just a bunch of homebrew stuff that I made.
This is
I
awesome.
figured it's the easiest way to make a crafting thing, because the crafting system in 5e isn't really set up for players, it's set up for NPCs. So,
No, this is super cool.
okay, so
I'm back.
Do we got everybody back?
I'm back.
Yep.
I like how some of these have drawbacks too.
Yeah. Especially like if you try to, like, say you're taking a long rest and you're trying to craft a long rest potion, you can push yourself and try to craft more, but one of them will immediately have a wild magic surge attached to it. So that one's going to have an asterisk. So if somebody takes the potion you give them with an asterisk by the name, then there's going to be a surge of wild magic.
That's fun. Oh man, I'm gonna have a lot of fun playing around with this.
So just note, when you take a long rest, you have 2 hours of light downtime activity, and then you need 6 hours of sleep. So when you make one of those potions for the long rest, which is the moderate recipes, that's going to take up your 2 hours of light activity.
Okay, it's not too bad.
And with alchemy, different from what Doug utilizes in Group A, which is herbalism, a lot of your things will have a longer shelf life than what you can make with herbalism salves and stuff like that. So you can stock up if you have like a week of downtime to make like health potions. You just need the gold in supplies to do it.
Mhm.
which is quite handy. Because you can make them for a lot cheaper than you can buy them. So,
Yeah. Now, this is cool. I'm gonna have to look at what things I can make that'll be useful.
and there's also recipes in the world that you can find. Okay, so, oh, you know that already because you found a bunch of gross ones. Picking back up, what did you guys decide?
I believe we're going as close as possible with the cart, and then we're gonna stash the cart and travel on foot while it's set with an alarm spell.
Okay,
I think I'd like to stay with the cart for the first investigation.
okay, so you're going to hang back with the cart and kind of stay with the horses.
I will too, since I'm not exactly the most stealthiest of people. I point to my leg.
Guess we're doing a repeat of when we were on the rooftops, Toril.
Except for don't fall from a tree.
I will not fall this time.
I'm not overly stealthy, but I also don't want to pass up this chance for adventure, so I'm gonna head with everybody else doing the investigation check.
Never mind. I'm gonna go. In case you guys get in trouble, I'll go.
Okay,
yeah,
you guys are going to ride to within a day. Are you guys going to march closer during the daytime, or are you guys going to wait until nighttime?
I would prefer I would prefer nighttime only because we under the cover of darkness we might not be seen from the fort. If the fort has high walls, they might see us approaching if there's people there.
I'm more worried that these are creatures that benefit in the darkness and will be at more of an advantage when we enter.
I think that that's a very valid point. Therefore, I suggest that one of us, me primarily, scout ahead of the group and determine what lives in the fort, and then come back and report to you what I think.
Works for me.
Okay, so you guys ride until nighttime. You are about a day's away. Following the road from here, you still don't see the fort through kind of the winding hills, but according to the map and according to the calculations made by your group cartographer, Balthazar, you guys should be within distance to be able to go. Are you guys going to push further during the day, about halfway through, and then park it, and then wait for night? Or are you guys going to stay a full day's away?
Let's pull.
Halfway through. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the cart within. Line of sight is usually about 3 miles based on the curvature of a typical sized planet. Having studied the star charts from my land, I know this fact. And therefore, if we park the cart more than 3 miles away, it's unlikely that it will be seen from the location.
Okay. You guys pull over off the side of the road, kind of pushing aside and kind of laying down some of the long grass that just seems to be floating along in an invisible wind. The air seems to be getting more humid the closer you get, and it is, at this point in the night, a lot darker than what you've been experiencing. It's kind of that winter darkness that's kind of setting in, but which is strange for this time of the summer. You guys untether the horses, you water them, feed them, brush them down. You guys pull out the tents provided, set them up. Do you guys start a fire?
I suggest we do not have a fire while we're this close.
I was going.
Go ahead.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I hear you.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So I suggest that we keep the horses attached while Toro goes to investigate, and only when he comes back will we decide if we make camp or not.
Oh, you guys are still a full days away right now.
Oh, for a
Oh,
full
so then yeah, we want to make camp, and then travel closer with a, after we rest.
Okay, I'm just since you're days away from the place, did you guys want to set up a fire and kind of do all that stuff normally, or are you guys on secret commando?
No, if we're still a day away, I'm not in secret commando mode yet.
Okay, so you guys are.
I'm thinking when we're within the length of 5 football fields, then that's
what is a football field?
then that's when we get into secret commando mode. When we're traveling through the sewer pipes out of Shawshank, that's when we set up commando mode.
It's the national sport of Iran. Okay, you guys get a fire going. You guys kind of make a small stew using the fire with the rations that you have, rehydrating some of
Mark,
the
in
meat.
case it's not obvious, I don't mean to cut you off, but I would want to make sure that we were not on the top of a hill, since you said it was a hilly area, when we're setting up this camp. We
Oh yeah,
want to
I'm
be...
assuming because you guys said you wanted to be down in the dips when you stopped. So
Yeah. No, okay, cool. Thanks.
okay, you guys are going on 2-hour watch. So I need 4 people to take the watch.
Talandris will take first watch.
Okay.
I'll take the middle watch between midnight and 2 a.m.
Can I pair up with someone who actually see in the dark?
I can pair up with Jareth.
We have a fire, Jareth. You could just stay up by the fire.
I'll
The fire
pair
does
up
not
with
illuminate
Jareth.
everything beyond the light.
I'll pair up with Jareth, and that way I can cast light on him if needed.
No, it's not that. That basically they can see if something is in the dark and see me,
Why
and I can't see
Why
them.
doesn't Jareth take first watch?
But my friend Jareth, a fire casts exactly the same radiance of light as the magical light that can be produced by our wizards.
No,
Therefore-
you're not understanding me. They can see me. Anything that comes for us can see me because of our fire, but I will not be able to see them as well.
Point. Jareth, why do you take first and I'll take last?
Yeah,
watch?
I'll take first. Yes, that's a good point.
Good suggestion. I'll go to bed
So it's
then.
going to be Jareth and Balthazar taking first watch. And then it's going to be Talandris taking second watch.
I'm taking last because I think
Oh, you take. Now I got to rewrite everything, Doug. God!
Gosh, damn.
it's because I thought Toro wanted to take second.
I think Toro said he's taking third watch because he wants to do the midnight to 2 a.m. run.
I'll take second watch then.
Okay. Oriana. Callus, did you want to take a watch at all?
Yeah, I can take a watch.
Okay. Do you want to you choose somebody to double up with? Oriana, Toril, or Talandris?
Oriana.
Okay. Oriana.
Nobody likes the guy who says prayers during his watch. That's what it is. I mean, it's all right. My God will stand watch with me. It's okay. I have faith.
No, I just don't want it to be me and the elf.
I feel like that should be a bumper sticker. My God, stands watch with me.
Dude, it's going on the war banner. Yeah.
Okay. So everybody begins to settle into the tents that were packed after you guys shared the bit of a very meager stew using the hardtack, breaking it up and then using that to thicken it and adding some more of the small little bits of fruit and meat into it. And you kind of make something warm that's a lot heartier than just, eating cold-ass rations, which is really never that much fun over the course of such a long trip. You guys all settle in for sleep as Jareth sort of begins to walk a perimeter and Balthazar kind of hangs out by the fire, scanning around.
Did you do your alarm thing just in case, Balthazar?
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. I'll have can cast it as a ritual. Have it up. Pretty much all
Okay.
the time.
So, and it's a 20, how big is it, Ken? A 20-foot cube?
It's a 20
Yeah,
foot
so
cube.
Okay, so how many times are you going to cast this ritual around the camp? Are you just going to keep it around where you guys sleep and then draw another one and do a ritual around the wagon? Are you going to make a couple areas further out as like early detection things?
Yeah, that's
Because there's
basically
really no limit to
using
how many
it as
times.
Yeah, I was using it as a ritual as many times to create a nice zone of protection.
Well, there's a little bit of a limit, Mark. He can only technically do it 12 times, then he has to go to sleep.
Well, yeah, but I figured how
But
many.
that's
how many
144
times
square
I could do
feet
it.
that he could alarm.
So we'll say that Jareth begins to walk a perimeter, and then you kind of begin to diligently, strategically begin placing these rituals around.
Right.
Two around, or one around the wagon, one around where everybody's tents are, and then four strategically placed in far off positions that you assume people would have to come through if they did come through. After about an hour's worth of work, you come back and get a little bit more stew and a cool cup of water from the water barrel on the wagon, while Jareth continues his sort of roundabout. Either both of you can give me perception checks, or one of you can give me a perception check with advantage.
I'll give advantage to Jareth. He can make the roll.
Okay.
Jareth, give me a perception check with advantage, please. Okay, so 17. Not comfortable being so close to the fire and sort of having it sort of burn spots into your eyes as you try to look out. You move about again. Just along the outer edge, kind of using the dimness of the last bits and the little bit of moonlight and starlight that's kind of coming through this darkened sky, you pick up movement. A wave in the grass here. Out of the corners of your eyes, something flashes and you look, and then the grass just continues to kind of wave.
Just as a heads up again, Mark, I have 120 feet in my dark vision.
Yep.
I make a slight hand gesture to catch Balthazar's attention.
You make a hand gesture and look towards the fire, and you see that Balthazar is standing straight back, looking around as well. Balthazar, you're catching these as well. Little bits of movement interspersed, and you step away from the campfire a little bit, just off of the edge with your back to it so it's not interfering with your eyesight. Scanning along the backsides, just these strange little bits of movement further out in the grass. And you see them all along the wide perimeter on top of the hills that you guys are currently parked below. And you just see them moving about. You don't know if it's just the darkness and the same waving pattern you've seen in the tall grass out here as you've been riding. But there's a sense of, what's the right word? There's an ominous sense that's kind of prickling the back of your neck. You especially, Jareth, as you're sort of...
I'm going to do that.
Okay. You close your eyes for about a minute, or for about a second, and you exude and you stretch out the divine feelers in your body, searching for anything as you open your eyes and you look out. This is 60 feet, right?
60 feet, yeah.
You're not picking up any sort of undead. You're not picking up any sort of fiendish senses.
Okay.
And you just honestly don't know right now if it's just the darkness playing tricks on your eyes.
I'll just stay wary.
The last hour of your watch is extremely tense. Both of you on guard. You first assumed that when Balthazar said that he wanted to take the watch, you were just assuming that he wanted to read a book for another 2 hours before he went to bed. But even Balthazar is fully alert, looking around and scanning as you guys keep seeing these small movements through the grass and little bits of waving.
Must have been the wind.
The inner clock inside your mind kind of goes off, and you sort of walk backwards towards the fire, still scanning before you, Jareth. And as you reach, you sort of nod to Balthazar that your watch is done. And you go over and you wake up Oriana and shake Callus awake.
I as I wake up, I say, I saw movement in the grass.
Nothing.
Just
nothing,
be wary.
Nothing too dangerous. Nothing came out, but there's some possible small animal movements out in the tall grass out, and I point to the direction.
Alright. If it's anything, we'll take care of it.
And I also
Good.
explained my alarm sections of where I laid down my alarms, and to have them communicate where those are at, to the third watch as well.
Okay. But you can designate your group to walk over those if you need to, but like anything else you don't designate, we'll set them off and we'll sort of ping in your mind. Unless you make it odd. Because I believe you can make it audible, and whatever you use, a mental alert, or you can make it an audible alarm that makes it sound like a handbell for 10 seconds if anything crosses it, or it can just be something that triggers in your mind that wakes you up.
No, I'm going to make it audible.
Crossed.
That way everyone can hear it.
Okay. Oriana, Callus, you sort of rub your eyes a little bit. The 2 hours of sleep wasn't enough, but at the news that they were seeing movement out in the tall grass, it sort of sobers you guys up and brings you alert. You guys sort of take your positions. Oriana, you're kind of looking at the places that Balthazar sort of told you where the alarms were and kind of setting those positions in your mind just in case you do hear the alarm that he told you was set. Either both of you can give me perception checks or one of you can roll with advantage.
Callus, you want to roll with advantage?
Sure. I was a sentinel before.
Oriana, you kind of take the inner ring around the camp and kind of walk back and forth along the edge, sort of walking back to kind of stay near the warmth of the fire. It's kind of comforting. The dark here is kind of unsettling as you look out, and you yourself don't see any movement in the grass of what they were speaking of. It just seems like waving grass. Nothing in the sounds. Nothing's really catching you. Callus, as you're sort of taking the outer ring of the camp, you're walking and you stop. About 80 feet ahead of you, sort of illuminated by the dim moon and starlight that's sort of coming down, you catch what seems to be a halo of light surrounding what looks like a solid shadow standing in the grass. And you watch as it slowly begins to crouch down, and then it starts swaying from side to side in a crouch motion, looking at you. And then it drops into the grass, and then it disappears.
So I'm going to have my war pick out, and I'm going to basically move back towards the camp.
Oriana, you watch as Callus unsheaths his war pick, and he grips it tightly in both hands. You swear you can hear his skin sort of rubbing on the wood he's holding the haft so tight, and he begins to back up towards you. You follow his eyesight, and you don't see anything there.
Is everything okay?
There's something out there. I don't know what, but it knows we're here. Just be ready.
You both hear this, and you both turn around. At the edge of the camp, about 70 to 80 feet away, you see another tall shadow. Oriana, you see it for the first time. It's almost like oil, like dark crude oil, given form, as the little bits of light glint off of it, and the moonlight sort of illuminates an outline like a halo, and then it begins to crouch down, knees splayed out, and then it begins to sway in place from side to side before it
Would we be able to
falls down
discern?
through the grass.
Would we be able to discern like its silhouette?
It's humanoid, but at that distance and in this light, androgynous.
It's humanoid, but does it move more animalistic to me? Because that's what it's.
It is.
I'm thinking like were creatures, because that's what's said to be in the forests around here.
It's a very fluid motion. Something that you would probably akin immediately to somebody dancing, like a dancing swaying motion, but it's doing so as it's crouched and like the hands are on the knees before it eventually like seems like it drops on all fours and kind of sinks into the ground and then disappearing under the grass.
You got any way to identify it, Oriana?
Not from this distance? We just stand here and wait for it to come over here, or do we wake somebody up?
You hear,
Yes, mother, I will go get the pig. Yes, I'll bring it right away. I'm talking in my sleep in case you guys didn't hear me.
We figured. We totally figured.
You guys immediately look towards Toral's tent, and then you begin to look back out again, making the mistake of looking in towards the fire, and then casting your eyes again as everything's sort of blurry as you're kind of rubbing your eyes looking about. And there in the distance, you see 3 shadowy figures just at the edge of camp.
Just at the edge of camp?
Just at the edge of camp, probably about 60 feet away. And the only way to describe them is figures of shadow. And each one sort of begins to crouch down in a swaying fashion. And then they begin to drop on all fours, laying on their stomachs, sinking into the grass.
I'm gonna tell Oriana to wake Jareth up, and I'm also going to have my whip chain ready.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting for those alarms to go.
Oriana, you begin to hustle back towards the tent as you hear the chain jingling off of Callus's left arm, the weight of it hitting the ground as he begins to sort of sway it back in the grass, starting to build momentum in case anything decides to shoot out. Jareth, you are shaken awake by Oriana.
Oh, wow.
Shadows? I don't know what's going on. We're scared. I'm scared.
Okay, I'll immediately get up and start putting on my armor since I'm sure I took it off.
Didn't Jareth like literally just go to bed maybe an hour ago?
Yeah, it's probably been he's been asleep maybe 35 minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah,
You just got that armor off.
Put it back on again.
Jareth, you hastily put on your stuff.
What kind of armor do you wear?
Splint.
Sorry, Splint.
It's splint. So you're hastily putting it on, and Oriana is doing her best to try to help you. But you can sense the tremors in her hands, and you sort of catch glimpses of her sort of looking out towards the darkness as she's helping you put all this on.
I thank her, and I put my hand on her hands and just try to reassure her, my sleepily. I'm still trying to.
No, it's fine. We've fought, dead things, so this should be nothing, right?
Right.
Jareth, you step away from the fire and you see Callus sort of standing out, scanning. And you look at his arm, and he's moving it back and forth, and you see the chain sort of moving in the grass as he's trying to build momentum.
I'll stand next to Callus, and this time I'll do another ping really quick, just since things are close.
You ping. You don't pick up any undead. You don't pick up any celestials or fiends.
Oh, good news. It's not undead this time.
And everything is calm. It's just the sound of Callus's chain chinking back and forth. The sounds of your breath as your adrenaline is sort of pumping. Jareth, as you're breathing deeply, the rush being woken up. You're alert, extremely alert, as you look around. You see little shapes in the grass. The same ones you saw before moving. Callus is scanning the outside. Oriana looks like she's looking like she's ready to wake somebody else up. 10 tense minutes pass by. Nothing. 20. Nothing. 30. Nothing. You turn. On the other edge of camp, there's a tall, shadowy figure.
How far away is it?
From you, 60 feet.
I say approach.
You cast your spell, you say approach, and you watch it like, what's the good way to describe it? You know those little mushroom spores where you step on and it shoots the spores out into the air? You speak your command word, and it sort of dissipates. And little bits of it sort of float into the air.
I don't think these are actually real in a sense like that. It should have reacted at least.
Another one. 60 feet, the other side of camp, you look and follow the sound. This one looks bigger. Stouter. The outline, strange. Seems like it's holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other.
Does it look like me?
It looks like you. It points its sword at you. The hand falls back to the side. And then it begins to crouch and sway, dropping down on all fours and disappearing into the grass.
They don't seem to want to approach closer than the light.
Give me an insight check. You get the feeling that they're observing you, as it mimicked exactly what you did when you commanded it.
I think they're just watching us, seeing what we're doing, and mimicking. That was what I did when I commanded it to approach.
Oriana. Unfathomably close. And you shakily turn around 10 feet away from you.
Oh no.
You look to the ground, and there's no sound.
They didn't set off the alarm. No.
And you're looking at a oily, undulating silhouette. It has horns on its head, a lithe figure, flowing silky clothes, and a tail. And it sort of turns its head to the side, looks at you.
I don't believe these are actually going to physically threaten us. I just think they're here to unnerve us and perhaps watch us.
Do I see this one?
Do you turn towards her?
If I heard it, I would.
Sort of off the off chance, you look and you see Oriana with her back against the fire, and a strange figure that looks just like her, silhouetted in shadow, about 10 feet away.
Can I walk up to it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I touch it?
You reach out with your arm, and you watch as it reaches out with its arm.
Can I like grab its, can I feel anything? Like E.T.
You begin to move your arm towards its arm, and it's almost like a mirror. It's starting to move towards you. Your right hand sort of moving to the left, its right hand moving to its left, until you touch. Give me
Uh-oh.
a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Okay. You feel, but for a moment, something try to enter your mind before you shake it off and take a step back, and then you see it crouch, and then it takes off. What do you do?
Okay, don't touch them.
Callus, you begin running over towards Oriana as you see her take a step back, and this shadowy figure move across the darkness.
What happened?
I run over too.
I touched it, and I felt strange for a second, like it was trying to, I don't know, like we were kind of joining, maybe? But it didn't work, and then it disappeared. I don't think we should touch him.
Yeah, I figured you'd be smart enough to understand that.
Well, I don't know, it was close, it looked cool.
Black, oily, creepy figures that look like you or look cool.
Just don't touch them again. And I'm gonna move back over into a defensive position.
It seems like to me they're not really a threat unless we try to touch them. Maybe we just kind of try to ignore them.
Yeah?
They're not setting off alarms. They don't respond, it appears, to magic. I don't know what else to do at this point. I might need to retire again, otherwise I will be of no use tomorrow.
The second watch is coming to a close.
Yeah, I'm going to actually go to sleep now.
Yeah, you do that.
Jareth begins to take off his armor, crawls back into his tent. Oriana, you wake up Toril. For Toril's time for what?
I'll fill him in on where the alarms are that Balthazar showed me, and then I'll also tell him what happened when I tried to touch the thing.
No touchy.
What did it feel like? Did it feel like anything?
It felt cold.
Just the
Like
sensation of
icy-
cold. It didn't feel oily.
icy
or-
water, like icy water, kind of moving up your arm. Think of the scene from The Matrix where he touches the window and the glass begins to shoot up his arm, up into his
Okay.
body. That was the sensation you felt moving up in towards your mind, where you felt something trying to make its way in before you fended it off. And once you did that, it ran away.
Well, yeah, I'll tell Toril and then go to bed, or at least try to.
Okay. Callus, are you going to bed?
Nope.
Okay. Toril, you're woken up by Oriana, who fills you in about shadowy creatures movement along the outside before one brazenly appeared inside the camp, looking just like her. And as she touched it, she tells you of the sensation of an intruder trying to make its way into her mind.
I would want to immediately put my hand to her forehead, just kind of checking her temperature, telling her that it will be okay, and I will say a blessing that if some evil spirit touched her mind, that it is banished, and she should be free from influence of dark forces by the light of Pelor.
I have come to exercise.
I am exorcising the demon from her head, if there's one there. No, that's not a spell, guys. I'm role-playing it.
You say the prayer. You say the prayer and the blessing to her, focusing with all your divine might. It comes to the end. There's something comforting about it, Oriana, yet something very strange, knowing that this cleric is preying upon you, still uncomfortable with your own body and your fiendish heritage. But the two sides clash, but the more comforting side comes to pass, knowing that, hey, this guy really cares about you.
Thank you, Toril.
I think it's pretty awesome that I just blessed a devil. Yeah. It shows I'm from a foreign land, and there we're a little more progressive than we are here in the north.
You do, however, walk out towards the campfire and you see, like a bulldog, Callus, weapons in hand, sort of patrolling and looking madly out to the sides.
After I feel like Oriana is okay, I will snatch up my holy symbol. I will leave my armor, but I will grab my shield and sword and make my way out of the tent, intent on banishing evil from our camp.
Okay. One of you guys can roll with advantage, or both of you can give me perception, up to you.
You wanna go, Toro?
Yes, and I will say a prayer as I look around. Touching myself, of course, to add a D4 to this roll with advantage. You said perception?
Perception with advantage plus a d4.
Awesome.
Okay, 16.
Yeah, 16 total.
Sort of feeding off of the emotions that you're picking up and the tenseness that's sort of radiating from Callus, who is just ready to go at any possible moment. You begin to sort of take on that demeanor, and you begin to walk the circles around camp, keeping your eye out. But both Callus and Toril, you both notice that as this 2-hour watch progresses, all you're picking up along the outsides are the swaying of the grass and the sort of strange, non-present breeze that moves around this place. after 2 sort of tense hours, you kind of let your muscles relax a little bit as the third watch is over.
All right, so feeling confident that I must have banished the evil just by my presence alone, I will go wake up the person on fourth watch and go back to sleep.
Callus, do you stay awake?
I think so.
Okay. Talandris, you are awoken by Toro. You see that he has a shield in his hand, his khopesh sheathed at his waist as he kind of shakes you by your ankle and awakens you.
I was sitting up meditating in my elven trance, so
Oh, that's right. You're weird.
That's right. Well, I just kind of shake the elf sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands palms up on his knees, his eyes kind of staring blankly into the ether. I kind of shake him and say there was a bit of excitement this evening, Talandris, but it seems that the light of Pelor has sent them running. But be wary, just in case they come back, because the light of Pelor, the sun must also set and rest from time to time, and I am off to bed.
what was it that was spotted, my friend?
I never actually saw it, but from what it was described to me, it was a shadowy humanoid figure with a light halo around its brow. That sometimes
Greasy, oily shadows that took on the appearance of our comrades.
Correct. That's the description I was given. But it's nothing to fear.
And
I'm going to go to bed now.
I'll don my armor and then I'll head out with my bow and blades.
Okay, after 10 minutes of donning your armor and your blades, you join Callus.
Still up, I see.
I don't like ghosts.
I did tell you they weren't undead.
It's close enough.
Toro kind of talked it down a little, so specters or ghosts in the distance. And I'll start scanning the area.
You begin to move around, kind of stretching your muscles, getting the blood flowing after you sat in your cross-legged position for so long, as Callus takes off along the other side, gripping his weapons tightly, scanning the area. You walking along the outer perimeter, scanning the area. You watch as the sky begins to change color, as dawn begins to bruise the sky, going from purples to dark reds until the sun begins to rise. Fourth watch went off without a hitch. Jareth, I need a Constitution saving throw. Callus, you have 1 point of exhaustion. Actually, give me a Constitution check, Jareth.
Is that just clicking the Constitution button?
Yeah, just a Constitution check. Okay, you managed to fend off the point of exhaustion from being awoken from your sleep, but Callus, you do have 1 point of exhaustion.
It appears
Some of you
was.
wake up in a dire mood, worried about what you saw and what you experienced. You look as Toril sort of crawls out from the tent, looking nonplussed, kind of walking off to the edge, beginning to say his morning prayers. What was that, Doug?
I just typed it out.
take it.
Mark got awfully quiet. Did something happen?
Yeah, I'm killing people. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay. You guys sort of share a quick breakfast, using the last bits of the fire to warm something up if you so wish. Otherwise, you can snack on your cold rations from the wagon, refeed the horses, brush them down, get them watered, and you guys move. Driving and walking slowly again. You go for about what you estimate through Balthazar's cartography, about 3 to 4 miles out, leading the wagon down into a gully, parking off to the side. Sort of waiting patiently for night to drop. You notice that it gets darker quicker here. It's a sort of pervasive darkness that just kind of clings and hangs to things.
Well, we were waiting for nighttime. Callus is going to get some shut-eye.
Okay?
Oriana,
Darkness sets in. Toro begins to get himself ready for his scouting. Is he the only one that's going?
I'm going to say this to the group as I wake up and start getting ready for my mission. I'm going to say I appreciated the bit of excitement last night, but I'm glad that it didn't subtract from my ability to get a good night's rest, so that I'm fully prepared for this scouting mission with all of my senses acute to danger. Yeah, I was hoping that Callus would start. I purposely wanted to make sure I got a full night's sleep last night because I was excited about my mission today.
That's why I had Oriana wake up Jareth, because I knew you were like doing your scouting yet the next night.
Always tactically minded. We can trust the little guy. I don't know. Maybe you're not that little. You're a dwarf, Callus, right? So you're little, or are you not little?
I'm 4 feet 2 inches.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was
5 feet wide.
hoping to not offend you, but at the same time, if I did offend you, it's because I'm from a foreign land, and you obviously misunderstood what I was trying to say. Crickets!
You guys begin to set up your camp in preparation, and you watch as Toro takes the things that he thinks he needs.
Toril, are you wearing your armor and everything?
I would say he is, yes. But his chain shirt doesn't impose disadvantage.
That's correct. I'm sorry, I missed the question, David. Did you ask something?
Well, what I was going to do to help assist you in your little scouting quest is, if you weren't wearing armor, I could cast mage armor on you, or I could cast gear shield on you to give you a bonus to your armor in case you run into some ruffians.
My chain shirt is bound by leather, so it doesn't jingle. But I'm gonna say I'm gonna wear my chain shirt. Metagamey, your mage armor would do the same. I would have the same AC, and I wouldn't have the armor. But I think I'll trust in my chain shirt. But thank you.
Toro, you begin to move up the hill, leaving the camp behind. You crest, and you begin to pick up a smell. Like slowly rotting vegetation and stagnant water. The ground up here moving forward is squishy, wet. There's puddles. Mud kind of squelches as you move through. Staying off the main path, moving towards and along the tall grass, trying to use the height of the grass to your advantage. You creep forward and forward and forward, walking at a steady pace, keeping everything in check. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
I will gladly ask for the blessings of Pelor as the dawn comes swiftly and without warning, and quiet as I bless myself for this stealth check.
With a 19, you're moving through silently and swiftly, almost like a deer, moving along a forest path. And you're stalking ahead. The hills moving up and down, winding through, controlling your breath, keeping a pace that you're comfortable with, not overexerting, keeping yourself alert as you scan the area around you. After what seems like an hour and a half, you begin to crest a hill, and you look as the path sort of winds to the right and begins to go down, and you begin to creep and follow it. And then you stop. Down at the base of the hill, where it flattens out before it begins to rise again, you see two large figures on the ground. Animals. Horses. It takes a minute for the smell to come. Irony rot. There's a coppery tang that sort of hangs in the air. And this is about 80 feet away from you. And then you watch as a figure begins to stand and rise. A dark, oily shadow. And as the moon and starlight sort of break through the shadowy haze that kind of clings to this place, you watch as the outline is sort of shimmering like a halo of light along the silhouette. You see a large figure holding a shield, sword in its hand. Another figure begins to move away on all fours until it stands. A light figure with what seems to be a tail. Rising up from the other dead horse from behind, you see a squat, wide figure, smaller than the other two, but its body wide. Its left hand moving back and forth. And then a very small, diminutive figure holding a staff. Same black light. And you hear this strange whisper kind of pervading from the bottom of this hill.
The figures seem familiar, even though menacing. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand. But I'm drawn to the sound of the whisper. I want to try to figure out what it's saying. Maybe it's speaking in a tongue that I don't understand that I could make out. I'm not sure. I want to
give me
get closer.
give me a perception check, and then link the languages you can speak, please. There's too many whispers going on, so you focus and you isolate one specifically that has a deeper sort of connotative note as it speaks. It's a strange, abrasive, sort of guttural language. It sort of makes your eardrums feel oozy and wet as you kind of listen to it, but you don't know what it's saying. And then the other whispers break in again, as they're all sort of speaking amongst each other, and you watch as the large figure bearing the sword and shield kind of points his sword at another one in a quick, brief movement. And then the short, squatty ones sort of get down in a defensive position, its left hand still moving back and forth in a swaying motion. What do you do?
I ask, are you trying to tell me something of the images? Are my friends in danger?
The strange sort of noise that's just sort of pervading the air as they're looking at you. And then they begin to take backward steps. And you see that where they were once standing in the middle amongst these two corpses, they begin to back away in 4 separate directions. 2 at an angle away, and 2 at slight angles leading back away from the horses, kind of taking steps back away from you.
I wonder if I have to pick which one to follow.
A sort of noise that kind of goes through. And you're realizing the more you listen to it and the more it hits your ears, it's that language, but it's being spoken backwards.
Ooh, creepy. I'm getting a sense that these things might be mirroring us in some way, but I don't know whether it's a vision that I'm seeing or reality. So I'm going to try to reach out and grab the lean, hunched figure with the staff.
They're still far away from you.
Oh, they're far away, so I can't.
Yeah.
Like 20 feet?
No, you stopped at the top of the hill and they were at the bottom, and they began to stand and sort of talk amongst themselves. And then you began to move forward before you stood up and you said, there, and then now they're sort of backing away from you.
Okay, so they're...
I'll say they're like 30 or 40 feet away.
Yeah, no, that makes... I wanted to know if they're within my movement speed kind of distance or more.
Yep.
My idea is then that I feel like I have to follow one of them, so I'm going to chase after the Jareth one, because in the one that looks like Jareth, because in reality he would be the slowest because he's got that bum knee. He's got that limp going on, and I'm sure that I could catch him if he's mirroring the real life Jareth. I'm reasoning in my head that I could catch him because of our little walk on the road when we took off on this adventure.
No comment.
Sort of crouch and then explode forward in movement as all 4 of them turn and scatter off in 4 separate directions. And you choose to follow the large one who is moving very fast.
Finally, he puts up a challenge. I will try to keep up. I will try to keep up with him.
And you're high stepping and high legging through this very marshy area of wet grass. And you're running and running. How would you like to try to navigate this to catch up?
So I just realized as I took off dashing through the marsh that that's probably a little less stealthy than I was being when I got to this point. So I would like to quickly take a glance at my surroundings and see too close to the fort to be making moves this risky. At this, if I spotted, if something's on the wall of the fort could see me dashing through the marsh.
Give me a perception check. You're sort of moving, and you sort of slow your pace up a little bit, and you look up as you begin to sort of crest another hill. And far beyond, you look, and you just see more hills, and you can't exactly set eyes on the fort. However, you step into a sinkhole, and you hear something pop in your knee.
Oh, ouch.
You take 3 points, and we're just going to say 3 points of bludgeoning damage. And you fucked something up. Your speed is halved.
Oh. Okay. Well, I have a feeling I'm probably
pulling yourself up from the sinkhole. You begin to hear, and you begin to scan around, and you see 30 feet away, at 4 corners around you, the 4 shapes, and they sort of swing and looking at you as you're sort of nursing your knee, and then they start to back away and take off.
All right. I feel like my ability to chase after these spirits of the marsh is hindered by my injury. Until I can actually rest my knee, perhaps I shouldn't try to chase after them. I will.
Your one long, drawn-out word. Come.
Okay, that's freaky.
I can't tell what direction the word came from. It's just kind of on the air around me.
It was like the whispers.
Okay. I will try to follow. I'm going to change tactics this time. I'm going to guess that the old man can't move very fast because he walks with a cane. So I'm going to chase after the slender, shorter figure with the staff and see if I can catch him.
Give me a perception check.
This time I'm going to say a little prayer that my eyes will see what I missed last time, that I won't step into another sinkhole.
Moving slowly along this area, your foot kind of sinks a little bit, like when you step in like soft earth and you pull it out, but mud still gets all over your boot. You kind of shake it off and you begin to move. And you look up and you see just a small bit of shadow about 40 feet away, peeking just off the edge of the long grass. And then it begins to back up. the voice again. Come.
Okay, so can I check the ground around me and see if I can tell what part of the ground is the most solid so my feet stop sinking in the marsh?
You're looking around and you're imagining that the clumps of grass that you can see and stand on might be your best chance. But it's tall grass. The muddy, watery area is hitting underneath. So you'd be trying to focus on the thickest clumps of grass growing out to try to navigate your way in.
Yes, that's what I want to do.
You stop and look down at the grass, and then you look back up, and then you see the figure also stopped. And then it begins to back up again.
Now I understand. I will follow the figure that looks like me instead of my companions and see if it's like the shadowy part of myself calling out to myself.
You begin to still fall. You stop, and the small, diminutive finger of Balthazar stops. And then you begin to look around. You see up on one hill, sort of standing above the grass up to his waist, the hulking figure with the shield and sword. You look behind you. You see the lithe, slender figure with the horns and tail. And then you look to the other direction, and you see the squat, wide, muscular form, left hand swaying, standing in the grass.
So I don't see a figure like myself. I see a figure of all my friends.
You see.
Am I a wraith? I look at my own
that
hands.
took you see the two figures that took, or the four figures that took the first two watches last night. You take a step to the left towards the Jareth figure, and it moves back a step. You take a step back towards the Callus figure, and it moves back a step. And then you stop, and you look at your surroundings. Come. There's this sense of menace at the sound of the voice that's setting your teeth on edge, kind of putting you on guard a little bit. And it's the first time you realize you don't know where the path is.
Well, suddenly I think I'm lost in the middle of this marsh now. I can't get my bearings. I can't find the fort, and I don't know which direction is back to my friends. Is that what you're saying?
You're not quite sure. You can't see where you ran in from. You're kind of at the bottom of this gully with two of these creatures on hills, and there's the Balthazar figure in the gully further north of you, and the Oriana figure in the gully south of you. You take a tentative step forward, and you watch as the Balthazar figure takes a step back. Each time you stop, you hear the voice, "Come." Give me an insight check. Because you're a very wise, smart person.
Oh man.
You've heard stories similar to this. It feels like they're trying to guide you. They're trying to lure you. For the first time, you realized you're not with your companions, unable to find where you ran from, in a marsh surrounded by these strange, shadowy creatures.
I guess my instinct at this point, since I realize I can't get my bearings, I'm going to try to think like my father instead of my mother for a change. And I don't know very much about my father other than that he's an elf, and he hasn't been around since I was a baby. But he would go to high ground. So I will look for the highest point I can find and try to make it to that point.
Okay, you begin to run to the closest hilltop, which is the one that the Jareth creature is on, and you begin to sort of run up. Your knee still smarting a little bit. It is muddy, but there's no stagnant puddles of water as you make your way up, and as you begin to run, the Jareth creature turns and runs. And you get up to the hilltop. And you see that he's about 40 feet away. You look behind you down the hill, and the callous shadow is on the bottom of the gully now, swinging its left hand. Further down the hillock, about halfway, behind you is Oriana, turning her head, tail moving back and forth. And then, a little bit lower down the hill, since you're at the very top, is Balthazar. And there, about a half mile out, standing atop a promontory, rocky hilltop, is a derelict keep. The moon and starlight is trying to illuminate it, but the shadowy walls seem to be drinking in any illumination that hits it. It is an ominous looking sight. Come.
Okay, well, the fort is the only frame of reference I can trust because I'm not sure how to interpret what the spirits want me to do. Assuming I can't figure out where my allies are in relation to the fort, I will just head to the fort. Or to the structure that I see the keep. And using that as my own the point of reference.
You are here. The trail is there. And you're looking down this way towards the fort. And you can see the road that leads out of it before it gets lost in the tall grass in the hills further below.
Okay, given that I can pick out those details, I will try to navigate myself to the road in front of the fort, staying as hidden as I possibly can from anything that might be in the fort. And I'm going to try to ignore the spirits and focus on the real world landmarks that I'm seeing, almost as if trying to tell myself I don't believe they're there, that they're just in my head.
You pick up, you begin to walk east as you look to the sky and you pick out a prominent star and you focus on it. Tying that direction in with the road, you begin to trust in the star charts that your mother taught you about. And you begin to follow that as close to east as you possibly can. Out of the corner of your eye, lateraling you, are 4 shadowy figures. 40 feet away. Each one walking, looking at you, mirroring your steps. Come. And you sort of keep your head down, using the long grass to your advantage until you step off of the mushy, muddy, marshy road and find hardened cobbles. Though damp with mud themselves, you have found yourself back into the curve.
Thank God. I will go away from the fort towards my allies, and I will report back that this place is a scary, crappy swamp.
As you begin to sort of run down the path, you look behind you, and you see the 4 figures aren't moving, but they're standing side by side on the road. As a 5th figure sort of walks from behind. And sort of stands there. And you take off at a pace. After a good 40-minute sprint down the road, you crest the hill and you see the camp below, and you guys all look up at the sound of rattling stones and rocks being kicked out of the way, and hard panting as a very sweaty, pale Toril comes sprinting in to the camp, trying to stop himself as your knee sort of smarts again, sending a twinge of pain.
All right, I limp into camp. Ironically,
what happened to you?
Probably what happened to you. I'm so mad that I am now limping. But
you were held down by bullies and beaten to the inch of your life.
No, not exactly. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's terrible. I say a prayer for you.
That's okay. I got it for defending my friend, and it actually led me on my path I am now.
I'm sure that's a very touching story.
But go on.
But those specters are out there in the swamp, and if you try to confront them or chase them, they lead you out into the swamp and try to injure you or drown you or lose you out there forever. And they must be tied to the fort somehow, because the closer I got to the fort, the more potent the images became.
Well, 2 things. For one, I think that probably explains why people say people get lost here. And 2, they're not actually undead unless they have the power to defy the will of my goddess.
I don't believe they're undead either. I believe they are some kind of powerful magic that's maybe being used to protect whatever is inside the fort. I'm sensing sorcery, not dark, not the same dark magic like necromancy. I'm not sensing that.
Were they trying to lead you to the fort?
I think they were challenging me to come to the fort. That there I would face them, but they seemed like you. You were there, but a shadowy version of you. And Balthazar and Oriana and Callus, you were all there in these images, and the closer I got to the fort, the more potent and powerful you were.
We did confront them. I did try to command one to come to the fire.
Maybe we confront all of them at the fort.
Maybe we should go fort during the day.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest.
Then my scouting mission was at least successful in determining when we should approach the fort. And with that, I will sit down at the closest opportunity to tend to my knee, casting Cure Wounds, or not Cure Wounds. I don't have Cure Wounds prepared. I will do that.
I'll put in 5 hit points of lay on hands from me.
Like I'm hoping to heal the break or sprain or whatever it is before it exacerbates.
You can feel the tendons begin to knit themselves. As you sort of sprinted off, the adrenaline held most of the pain at bay, but as you've been sort of standing and talking and sitting yourself down at the edge, you could feel it begin to swell and sort of pulsate with pain, but the magical healing has knitted everything that was kind of destroyed inside, and there's sort of instant relief.
Perhaps next time let at least one of us go with you, because if you had tripped or fallen, and none of us would have known.
I guess I did get a little overconfident in my lineage and my athleticism to carry me through this, but I guess everybody can trip.
Or we can at least come up with some kind of signal. We actually realized we actually didn't come up with any kind of signal for if you were in trouble.
True. We learn from our mistakes. That's where wisdom comes from. Next time we plan something like this, we'll plan it better.
Those of you that were listening to Toral's story, go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
That was really good.
It was really bad. I was busy healing his leg.
That sounds like the average is 10.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Jared doesn't believe a word that came out of my mouth. I don't know actually what those intelligence checks mean. Going with the roleplay, I think
your leg.
Yeah, I told some crazy story. Words were coming out of my mouth.
I was too busy getting upset that you walked off by yourself. Basically hurt your leg. Oh, I probably had to crawl back into camp. Could have lost you.
I put my hand on Jared's shoulder and I say, I didn't know that you cared as much, my friend. And I pull you close to me and touch your forehead to my forehead.
I accept the strange gesture, then I pull over that.
You guys hear music starting in the background.
It's one of my personality traits. I finally got to roleplay it. Where I come from, we have a strange way of showing affection to people. We don't grasp hands or whatever. We touch foreheads. So I greeted you the way I greet people from my country, and you just let me do it. I love it. Okay, thanks.
Have any of you guys heard of Witchlight?
Do you explain it afterwards, by the way? If you see my look kind of uncomfortable, do you explain what that is to me?
I have not heard of this Witchlight you speak of, Oriana.
The story sounds familiar to just passing things that I've heard, but they're kind of like this. They're things that draw people into swamps, toward a destination. Maybe they were trying to lure you into a keep. Maybe these are Witchlights, which means they have some purpose to draw us there, or some nefarious plot.
I excitedly start pointing at Oriana because I'm wiggling my finger, saying she's on to something. I think what she's saying is the case.
From what you saw and what he described, do you know that it's not like the Witchlights or the will-o-wisps that you find out in areas that sort of lure people in, but they're acting very similar to that. Almost as if they were trying to lead Toral on a merry chase and get him to the keep. especially when he kept saying that the words said, "Come." Like they wanted him to go that way.
Yeah, these don't sound like the little balls of fire that you normally hear in these stories, but they're could be similar.
Well, I say that we accept their challenge, and we go confront them at the fort where they want us to, but together, not alone.
I'd say together and on our terms during the day.
Agreed.
Fair.
We form an angry mob with pitchforks and torches, and we go smother out the beast tomorrow when it's bright out.
You guys set up tentative camp. Do you guys light fires?
Yes.
I fully support the idea of fire if there are some kind of. I mean, I agree with Jareth that they aren't spirits. They aren't spirits because they're not dead things. But I'd still feel safer if we borrow the light of Pelor to protect us this evening.
You guys light a warding fire. Balthazar goes off, begins to do his rituals of alarm again. You guys set up your watches. And each time, a new watch is changed. The whispers and the strange backwards wording sounds. Everybody but Toril, link what languages you can speak, please.
I just realized me and Callus can just have nice chats together in Dwarvish.
What languages can you speak, Doug?
It's missing Elvish.
Okay.
So you don't speak Common, Telandris?
Oh, it's missing Common also.
Or he's just been like pretending, nodding his head this whole adventure. He doesn't know what we're really saying.
He knows Undercommon, which is it's like close enough where it's like he gets like every fifth words.
He's like, what is it? He's like Robin Williams. I am Job. A fighter that can speak 4 languages, huh? Okay, so all of you that are listening, it just sounds like words spoken backwards, the whispers and the weird sounds. It's unnerving. The watches are tense. The sleep is even more tense. You don't know if you should close your eyes or not. But trusting in the companions you've traveled this far with, you get fitful dreams of black, shadowy figures moving at the edge of your vision, bidding you to come, bidding you to follow them.
I go in the morning. In my sleep.
Yeah, Cal slept for an entire day because nobody woke him up. Morning comes, and you awaken to fog. The fog brings with it an even stronger smell of marsh and bog Do you guys leave the wagon and horses here and move on foot? Or do you guys take the wagon boldly towards Fort Dreckwald?
Well, first I'll wake up and I go, "Hey, what's going on?" Oh, no, I'm looking for Toril, and it's like, "Hey, what happened? You were supposed to go investigate the fort."
I did. Well, close enough, by myself anyway. I was almost lost in the marsh by these spirits were guiding me away from the path, and I think trying to bring me to the fort, guide me to the fort, compel me to the fort, but I was alone, and I knew that if I went to the fort alone, that I would probably perish. So I tried to come back to you. So I feel like the scouting mission was successful and determined who the antagonist that we need to defeat is in the fort, and that they will try to separate us and kill us individually, but together we might be stronger than them. I thought we explained this already. Were you sleeping? Callus, next time, don't be sleeping.
I told you to wake me when you got back.
Well, you're awake now.
I love how the entire time you guys were having your powwow when Toril got back, Jeremy just kept emoting, "Callus continues to snore."
No, I was catching on to it. That was like when I was putting the Z up on the screen.
It was great.
But that's okay. I will happily tell Callus the story again, so that I can make sure my foot is fine. If we're going to go into the fort, I want to make sure I can still run like a widow.
I will roughly wake everybody else up out of my frustration.
The elf has been up since I only need the 4 hours.
Yeah, Callus is just kicking everybody's tents. Like, get up! We gotta go.
And even though Talandris is just meditating, I still push him over.
Talandris is already up.
Just fine.
Jeremy, you're really good at playing a dwarf. I just have to say, I see the grumpy dwarf doing this stuff to everybody.
It's perfect too, because it's my kind of dwarf.
It's like a movie scene right now. I'm just picturing this grumpy old dwarf.
It's like all this action and you didn't even wake me?
Okay, so you guys are...
Last thing I do is wake up a dwarf when they're sleeping.
Yeah. So are you guys taking the wagon with you, or are you leaving it here? I'm still not sure of the details.
With the fog, I think we should take it with us. Maybe the fog will give us cover. How thick is this fog?
It's soupy. You can probably see.
I
30
did
feet
not.
in front of you before it turns to white.
I did not see a spiritual wagon when I was close to the fort. I saw spiritual versions of everything else. No, wait, Mark, did you say that I saw horse corpses?
You saw horse corpses on the road. And then
Okay,
you saw
yeah, I
the
thought I remembered you
shadowy
describing
figures. And then you saw the 4 shadowy figures. And then when you began to sprint away from where the shadowy figures were standing, you watched as a 5th one sort of walked into the 4 and stopped as you ran away.
Right. So the horse corpses at the beginning of what I saw is why I think we should leave the cart here. If I think that was some kind of premonition that our horses will die miserable, horrible deaths if we bring them along this trail.
Maybe Balthazar could put some alarm spells around so that we'll know if the horses leave this area.
Yeah, I'm
Certain-
concerned about being left here without a wagon or transportation.
It seems that these spirit shadow figures won't set off the alarm, But if we knew that the horses were forcibly being moved, then we'll know something is wrong.
Did they specifically step on the area of the alarm?
Well, I think it's if you pass over, and these passed over the area and entered it, nothing happened.
And this is something that troubles you, Balthazar, because you know that even if, like, a specter or a ghost would pass over it, something with some sort of substance to its form, that it would at least set that off. But Oriana's describing this moment again, realizing that this creature was in the midst of camp, in the midst of your alarm spell, and the alarm didn't sound.
Yes, it is unnerving, Oriana. They should have tripped the alarms. I can't quite figure out why it didn't work.
Is there perhaps a strange smell in this marsh? Is there perhaps a toxin in the air that's making us all hallucinate these things that we're seeing?
Give me a nature check.
Okay. I'm wondering if we're just all really baked and stoned right now, and that's why we're seeing these things, kind of thing.
You've heard of things that could cause hallucinations such as this, but you're not suffering any other form of it. There's no, like, other symptoms that you can think of. You don't feel disoriented. Everybody seems to be speaking coherently. You do feel...
Okay, so no physical
What's the word?
manifestation.
What's the
Like
word?
I would normally feel like a euphoria or something if it was a toxin.
You definitely don't feel euphoric. You feel, God damn it,
Lightheaded?
like worried.
So like anxious.
You feel anxious. What's the other word I'm thinking of?
Okay.
Just
Nervous?
You're feeling anxious and nervous, but I mean, you don't know if that's.
I'm having a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, you don't know if just because you're looking at those things.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't feel any physical manifestations, so I don't think it's a toxin. But I still, I mean, the horses are close enough. I think we just trust that they'll be fine, and we go.
Very well. Let's secure everything, set an alarm, and be on our way.
I'll say a prayer that Pelor protect the horses. I'm checking.
damn it. Fucking browser just kicked me out.
Oh no!
Your prayer worked? The evil is gone?
The evil has been banished.
I banished the freaking DM with my prayer. That's funny.
Now it wants me to go into the Group A game. What the hell is going on here?
I banished him to another point in time.
So we're
Okay.
going to tie the horses here and have an alarm spell in case the horses try to run off.
Okay. Are you going to loosely tie the horses, like in a ground tether, so they think they're tied up, but they can run away if they panic? Or are you going to tie them up securely to like the wagon?
We're going to like hog tie their legs together and strap them down. They ain't going anywhere.
Okay, so you securely tie them up to the wagon, and if they break their bonds and run away, then there's a chance for them to escape. You guys gather what things you need, get all your armor going, and you begin your walk up the covered trail, following the winding path.
You said it was foggy?
It's foggy. And there's that smell of marsh that seems to be just hanging in the air with the condensation. You can kind of taste it.
Who else has torches?
I have a lantern.
Well, since we're kind of blinded by the fog, I suggest that we
I have a light spell.
yes, just have some light sources so that we can see each other further in the fog. But stay close together.
After about an hour or so, you begin to pick up another smell that's intermingling with the scent of rotted vegetation. Smell of rot and decay. The hill in front of you begins to wind to the right and dip down. Sense of deja vu for you, Toril. Seems very familiar. You begin to crest down the hill, and as the fog parts before you, you find two bodies of horses. On their bodies, they bear cuts, deep gashes, strikes, like lacerations, like they were whipped. Blood sort of drained out, their forms kind of shriveling. Flies kind of buzzing around them in thick clouds.
Could I make a mark in the dirt with my pickaxe, just like the way we came from?
Yeah, absolutely. Using an old miner's trick, you begin to mark your path.
In addition, I'm marking the path on the maps that I'm making.
Okay. So you're drawing as you walk?
Talantis is gonna kind of cover his mouth and nose as we pass these horse corpses, but I'm trying to make out the type of gash, like if it seems more animalistic or more humanoid.
I'm just going to make sure that I'm not stepping in another sinkhole, Mark. I'm paying really close attention to the ground because I don't want my knee damaged again.
There's no worry currently where you're walking. Every step sort of reassures you with sure footing, as it is compact dirt now. You can tell at some points there used to be cobbles that sort of lined this road. So at one time it was a very usable, very well made and maintained road, but over the past 100 years nature sort of came in and sort of swallowed up most of the stones. There's only bits and pieces left that show any sort of evidence of what was here. And you guys begin to wend further down. Hour and a half passes through the thick fog, and it seems to be getting darker. But you've only been walking for 2.5, 3 hours. It's still the morning, but it's getting darker.
Are we still on the path?
You're still on the path. You step off the path to test the footing, and it's muddy, wet. The water stinks. you find algae blooms kind of growing within, and you keep pushing forward. Another hour or so, the hill begins to drop. The fog becomes a little lighter. A large, ominous shape sort of grows out of the fog, dark outline reaching up into the sky. After you hit the bottom, you begin to walk forward and feel a slight change in the elevation. It feels like you're slowly climbing. The fog clears a little more, and you stop. You see the tall walls of the fort. It's black stone, looking like it's clinging and holding on to shadow. Around the base, you see a derelict, ruined, what seems to be village. All that's left is the stone foundations and some standing chimneys. To the right, a large pond. A smell emanating from the water, very similar to what you're smelling right now. I'm going to move you guys over to the map. You guys should be on the bottom.
Yeah, I see.
I gave you guys global illumination, so you don't need to get lights or anything that you can see, but just think of the fog as an impediment, but you can see pretty much everything here is just kind of lightly obscured.
Mark, mine's still completely black unless I'm scrolling all over it and I can't find anything.
We're in the very bottom left-hand corner of the map where there's light. The top of the map does not have light.
Yeah, my entire map is black. All corners, all four corners.
Oh, well, I just saw you move your token. Or somebody moved.
I'm moving him right now.
Okay.
See, I can see pretty far. In fact, I can.
You guys should all be able to see because it's global illumination.
Yeah, just not behind the wall. There's a wall like where I believe the fort starts.
Yeah, so just not behind the tall stone wall there.
Right, so I can see up until that.
Just above that wall, you can see straight down the middle, if you look down through the gates, a large castle-like structure that is the keep. Son of a gun, it won't even let me open up his token. Let me refresh again. Okay, so you guys see the wall directly in front of you. The wall, it's dark stone, but the crevices and parts of it seem even darker. Whatever light is sort of filtering through the fog and hitting it again seems to be devoured by the stone itself. The outer village is somewhat dry, though there are some marshy puddles and aspects along the outside. But as this sort of causeway moves further north or further up towards the gates and the wall, you see that it's actually a very defensible position on an elevated platform.
All right, let's go see what we're dealing with.
I agree. mean, I got my 35 movement speed back, right, Mark?
Yes, you're fully healed. You're no longer hindered. You just rolled a 1 on your check, so I needed to scare you. Oh,
No, that's legit. It worked.
Hold on, can you guys move back until I can get his...
Oh yeah, we have to wait for a token.
Not even a token. I mean, I can't see anything. So,
But our awesome slow motion walk.
hey, there we go.
Okay, everybody move back here, goddammit. I'm still trying to reload. But you guys should have been able to see through the gates and saw the keep structure. You can just see the top of it over the crenellations in the wall. Okay, now you guys can...
Now we can move. It's a race again, guys. Come on.
Give me perception checks, as I'm sure all of you are scanning your surroundings.
Oh yeah, sword, shield at the ready. I'm scanning my surroundings.
Yeah, I was going to ask what these are.
Those are foundations. Technically, in my kit, they are fenced-in areas, but I just used them as foundations. Toril, you look off into the water, and you catch a glint of light.
Mark, can I use an action to cast Mage Armor on myself?
Sure.
I saw this scene in Lord of the Rings when they look at the lights in the water in the swamp. I'm just saying.
As you see the light with your 21 perception and you focus in on it, you actually see that it is a floating hand cut off at the wrist, and the glinting is a ring.
Oh, that's a different kind of light.
Those of you on the left side of the trail are looking at these broken down, worn foundations, the homes themselves seemingly destroyed, and only patchworks of the paths that went in and out of this place, of what seemed to be a pretty large community that built itself around this keep, seemingly vanished. And as you look at this pond, I didn't want to put too much detail into it, but you get the cattails and the lily pads, the algae blooms that sort of cover it. The water's very murky and dark. There's sort of dead trees that just sort of look petrified, and just this place does not look healthy.
Yeah, I'm just taking notes of yeah, we're going to have to fix that. All that's going to have to be taken out.
Purify all that water.
But I think I would like to get the ring off of the hand.
Okay.
Just dive straight in.
Do you point out to us what you saw?
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I point. Do you see that? I point down to the hand floating in the lake as I'm walking towards it.
Wait.
There was a hand in the lake with a ring on it.
Maybe you shouldn't be swimming in that lake. Balthazar, do you think you use that magey handy magic thing you use to grab it?
It's right by the shore, isn't it? Or was it out in the middle of the water?
Mark, is it out in the middle of the water, or is it by the shore?
I just dropped a token so you guys can see where it's at.
It's just
okay,
far
then.
enough.
Yeah, I can mage hand out to that, so you don't have to get out into that water tour.
It just smells like a trap.
I cast mage hand and send it out to retrieve. I actually want to try to pull the ring off of the hand and not bring the whole hand back first.
So just know that this is a hand made of flesh that's been floating in water. It is extremely, extremely bloated. So
Okay.
yeah.
So then I will. I'll grab the whole hand, since that seems to not be wiggling off, and I bring it back to the shore. But I don't want to get near it, so I'm going to set it on the shoreline for somebody else to inspect.
Where do you set it?
Let's just set it right above Toral.
Okay, Toral, the hand is dropped.
Okay.
You see that there is there's just a simple gold band.
I thank Balthazar for dropping the hand gingerly on the ground, and I stomp on it and take the ring off of its finger.
You guys hear this, what? And just the flesh explodes off of it until all that's left is the bone, and kind of picking through the flesh.
That's exactly what.
Toral leans down and picks up in his fingers a very beautiful, simple banded gold ring. He sort of holds it up into the sky and kind of looks at it a little bit.
I do not say my precious.
As the sound of sloshing water next to you explodes and you're drenched as two moldy, barnacled creatures rise from the mud at the edge.
I'm glad you didn't actually go into the water.
They look like that.
Nice.
Lovely.
And that one reaches out for Toral, and that's where we're going to leave it today.
Does he reach out with a stump?
He reaches out with both hands.
Damn it, Mark. Okay, so now we have to talk about the next game, those who weren't here when I would talk to the group last night, because I cannot miss this cliffhanger. I cannot.
It would have went a lot better if my fucking browser didn't crap on me 15 minutes before we're supposed to.
No, this is perfect. This is this sounds like initiative when we meet again, which is the perfect cliffhanger. Oh, dang it.
So Ken,
what's
you were
going on?
saying that you can't make the 8th, which would be the next planned appointment game?
Yeah, so Ken said he wouldn't be able to make the next scheduled game in 2 weeks. He's got
That's correct.
Yeah, he's got a play to go to with Dylan. So we can try to do this next Saturday if that would work for everybody, or I can try to talk with Chris to see if he can let us use one of the Fridays. Though we're so close to Tomb of Annihilation, I don't know if he'll go for it.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Hard locked on the schedule that we have. I probably wouldn't be able to make any of those other days.
Otherwise, the only choice is we take a month break, and I really don't want to do that.
Ouch,
We just started.
So if Doug can't pick up any new days, then I guess we could. The only choice we have is to see if Chris will let us have the 7th.
But Doug might not be able to make that either. So we're kind of stuck in a limbo at the moment.
Oh, so Doug can only make the scheduled every other.
Yeah, and
Saturday?
if Doug is locked in at the scheduled Saturdays, then that means we're not going to play for 4 weeks.
Oh.
And I don't want to do that. So we'll try to figure something out here.
Well, I can do next weekend. I just can't do the weekend of the 15th of February because I'm going to be in Texas with my mom to Austin.
So
we don't play till the 22nd?
yeah, so if we can't work anything out, we're not going to play until the 22nd. So 4 weeks away.
And just to throw it out there, I won't be there on the 22nd.
Really?
Oh, son of a gun.
But if I have to miss, I have to miss.
We're going to miss something, I guess, like no matter what we do.
Well, my comment would be, I don't know, Mark. I would need to know. If it's, I don't care if we miss next time, but if you need Shane to be here next time, then I'm not gonna. You guys are gonna have to help him because I can't miss the play.
Yeah.
So if you play without me and your intention is to bring Shane into the game, then we'll have to figure that out on the 8th. Otherwise,
if we can get the 7th, I can do the 7th.
then we'll wait till the either one way or another. Doug and I are not going to get to play for a month. We just have to pick which one who doesn't get to. Right? That's essentially what we're saying.
I don't know, Doug. Let me know if you might be able to move things around, and we'll see. Otherwise, we can just talk about it during the week here.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Yeah, if Doug has got any chance for any openings on Fridays or Saturdays, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I can play the 1st if you can make that work, or the 7th.
So Friday is definitely a no. Let me know about next Saturday, Doug, if you might be able to move stuff around. Dang it. All right, well.
We can just keep playing for. We can just keep playing for another hour and see how this goes.
I mean, I leave that up to you guys.
Oh, I didn't know that was a vote on the table. Is it feasible that Shane would be in the game in the next hour of game time?
No.
Okay, then you guys can just play on the 8th, and I'll join you on the 22nd. It's fine. I'll miss the next game. I'll have David run Toro, and then I can. So just play without me. That's the winning vote. I'll just miss the next session. It's fine. I trust someone to play Toro the way I play him. I think he's pretty obvious what he'll do in this situation.
Okay.
Touch his forehead. Touch his forehead. His forehead.
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll try to figure some stuff out here.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Welcome back.
That was fun.
Hopefully,
it was fun. It was a great first session.
It was nice to get everybody back into the flow of their characters. I like making Ken nervous.
It worked.
You guys are in now this seemingly strange place where people seem to be disappearing. Welcome to Dreckwald Keep.
I think we found some of them.
Yep.
I was half expecting to see the gates of what is it? Barovia?
The gates of Barovia. Welcome to Curse of Strahd. That would have been pretty good.
At least it's not the Barrowlands.
True. That place is terrible. And you guys were only on the north side.
How did that end? Just out of curiosity.
Doug died.
Solo's Doug died again?
Yep, Doug died inside. Chris's character died inside.
Oh, wow.
The group chose to bring back Doug's body, but they looted Chris's and left him there.
Oh, wow.
Every one of Chris's characters was insane.
And yeah, it was super intense. The ending of the campaign was bringing Doug back through a ritual that nobody saw coming, to which they killed, you aren't playing in the game yet, a previous character that they met was sort of lured in after them. Someone that was closely tied to Valyria, which she figured out too late, and someone that Doug was informed was very closely tied to him. Whereas that person was stabbed with a dagger, soul sucked out, and to which the dagger was plunged into Thalion thus reanimating his body for my enjoyment.
Oh, you guys are dark.
You say you guys, but it's mostly one source.
It's mostly me.
We react to the darkness in appropriate ways, I think.
By killing someone and using their soul to power their resurrection.
They didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
They trusted and they sort of put their trust in an individual that spoke to them inside. Someone calling herself the Mother. And it was the Mother that did this ritual. Very excited to do this ritual. And as Zirak was leaving through the portal with everyone else, she told Zirak, our paths will cross again because there is a 13th. To which he walked through and he's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Meanwhile, Zirak's like, give me power. You promised me power.
Chris Matthews, I just want to say, if I had the chance to catch up with you on the role play that I've been doing for Zirak in the last 6 sessions or so, I would probably bring you to tears. I'm not even joking, because I am playing the vision of Zirak that you had when you were 12 years old in perfect recreation, I think. And Mark is setting me up to hit these home runs out of the park every session.
Type it up in the Facebook chat. I can read it.
I think some of it's in there. I'd have to add more of the roleplay specific details that I know you would pick up on. But yeah, Mark took the Zirak Amara story and set Zirak down the absolute correct path.
See, the funny thing was, I didn't know that Ken had this ulterior motive in bringing Zirak in. My whole basis for doing this to him was trying to warn him about the dangers of just greedily absorbing power and knowledge and not knowing where it's coming from. And then he's like, no, those bastards, I'm going to kill everybody. And I was like, oh no, that backfired on me.
Yep, Zirak is being tempted by the dark side for sure.
So, yeah, it was good. It's fun. I like it. Now it's time for me to pick on other people. So I think Doug and Ken need a break. So yay, Group B.
Well, it'll stabilize it. I love this group.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's exciting to be back.
Oh yeah, Doug was awoken only to find that his girlfriend, whom he was dragging the group along to try to save, was held up in a cage over a pit of acid along with his mentor. And I spoke a very vague sentence, I believe it was
Choose
who to be punished. And he's like, punish me, but I said, who do you look at? And then he said he would look at Sibylla, to which Sibylla, his girlfriend, dropped into the acid.
Oh my god.
And his mentor was thrown to them. Yeah, I feel sorry for Thalion. Not
Wait,
really.
he has no soul though, so it's okay.
Oh, he does now.
Has it now? Oh, okay, cool.
It's good times. It's good times. So
If you give back his soul until you rip his heart out, that's fine.
Yeah, and now everybody has to try to pump themselves up to celebrate Zirak's birthdays. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry I'm putting you guys through this story, but this is like, I'm putting you on the path of the hero shit. The 10 labors of Hercules. But yeah, I will try to work something out. Everybody try to be as flexible as you can. I would really love to have everybody here playing their characters for the things that unfold. Those of you in Group A kind of know right now what you guys are working towards. So it's a very big goal. But
I
it
can
can
be
be hard fought.
totally flexible. Like I said, I can make any day you pick except for the weekend of the 14th, 15th, I mean.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, speak to everybody as we go, and yeah, we will plan on meeting on the 22nd, not the 22nd, on the 8th, as of right now. But if we can find a way to work something out so where everybody's here, that'd be cool. But I know that everybody has their own lives, and it is a Saturday, so. And yeah, but thank you guys very much. I hope you guys got drawn in a little bit more. I wanted to start you guys off kind of slow, and then kind of pump you guys in near the end there to kind of ramp up your adrenaline, which I think worked out pretty well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, Mark. Good night.
Thanks, Mark.
Good night.